Hare Krishna, and we're continuing with reading Srila Prabhupāda's books here on Shravanam Diaries podcast, and we're starting the book called Sri Ishopanishad. So page number 1, Introduction. Teachings of the Vedas. Delivered as a lecture by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupāda on October 6, 1969 at Conway Hall, London, England. Ladies and gentlemen, today's subject matter is the teachings of the Vedas. What are the Vedas? The Sanskrit verbal root of Veda can be interpreted variously, but the purpose is finally one. Veda means knowledge. Any knowledge you accept is Veda, for the teachings of the Vedas are the original knowledge. In the conditioned state, our knowledge is subjected to so many deficiencies. The difference between a conditioned soul and a liberated soul is that the conditioned soul has 4 kinds of defects. The first defect is that he must be mistaken. He must commit mistakes. For example, in our country, Mahatma Gandhi was considered to be a very great personality, but he committed many mistakes. Even at the last stage of his life, his assistant warned Mahatma Gandhi, "Don't go to the New Delhi meeting. I have some friends, and I have heard there is danger." But he did not hear. He persisted on going and was killed. Even great personalities like Mahatma Gandhi, President Kennedy, there are so many of them, make mistakes. To err is human. This is one defect of the conditioned soul. Another defect is to be illusioned. Illusion means to accept something which is not, Maya. Maya means what is not. Everyone is accepting the body as the self. If I ask you what you are, you will say, "I am Mr. John, I am a rich man, I am this, I am that." All these bodily identifications. But you are not this body. This is illusion. The third defect is the cheating propensity. Everyone has the propensity to cheat others. Although a person is fool number 1, he poses himself as very intelligent. Although it is already pointed out that he is an illusion and makes mistakes, he will theorize, "I think this is this. This is this." But he does not even know his own position. He writes books on philosophy, although he is defective. That is his disease. That is cheating. Lastly, our senses are imperfect. We are very proud of our eyes. Often someone will challenge, "Can you show me God?" But what do you have? Do you have the eyes to see God? You will never see if you haven't the eyes. If immediately the room becomes dark, you cannot even see your hands. So, what power do you have to see? We cannot therefore expect knowledge, Vedas, with these imperfect senses. With all these deficiencies in conditioned life, we cannot give perfect knowledge to anyone. So we cannot give perfect knowledge to anyone, nor are we ourselves perfect. Therefore, we accept the Vedas as they are. You may call the Vedas Hindu, but Hindu is a foreign name. We are not Hindus. Our real identification is Varnashrama. Varnashrama denotes the followers of the Vedas, those who accept the human society in 8 divisions of Varna and Ashrama. There are 4 divisions of society and 4 divisions of spiritual life. This is called Varnashrama. It is stated in the Bhagavad Gita, these divisions are there everywhere because they are created by God. The divisions of society are Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. Brahmana refers to the very intelligent class of men. those who know what is Brahman. Similarly, the Kshatriyas, the administrator group, are the next intelligent class of men. Then, the Vaishyas, the mercantile group. These natural classifications are found everywhere. This is the Vedic principles, and we accept it. Vedic principles are accepted as axiomatic truth. For there cannot be any mistake. That is acceptance. For instance, in India, cow dung is considered as pure, and yet cow dung is the stool of the animal. In one place you'll find the Vedic injunction that if you touch stool, you have to take a bath immediately. But in another place, it is said that the stool of a cow is pure. If you smear cow dung in an impure place, that place becomes pure. With our ordinary sense, we can argue this is contradictory. Actually, it is contradictory from the ordinary point of view. But it is not false. It is a fact. In Calcutta, a very prominent scientist and doctor analyzed cow dung and found that it contains all antiseptic properties. In India, if one person tells another, "You must do this," the other party may say, "What do you mean? Is this a Vedic injunction that I have to follow you without any argument?" Vedic injunctions cannot be interpreted. But ultimately, if you carefully study why these injunctions are there, you will find that they are all correct. The Vedas are the compilations of human knowledge. Vedic knowledge comes from the spiritual world, from Lord Krishna. Another name for the Vedas is Shruti. Shruti refers to that knowledge which is acquired by hearing. It is not experimental knowledge. Shruti is considered to be like a mother. We take so much knowledge from our mother. For example, if you want to know who your father is, who can answer you? Your mother. If the mother says, "Here is your father," you have to accept it. It is not possible to experiment to find out whether he is your father. Similarly, if you want to know something beyond your experience, beyond your experimental knowledge, beyond the activities of the senses, then you have to accept the Vedas. There's no question of experimenting. It has already been experimented. It is already settled. The vision of the mother, for instance, has to be accepted as truth. There is no other way. Okay, so if anybody argues these days that, you can't test whether somebody is your father by some DNA or blood tests, technically, I just had that argument long time ago, and it was funny how we came to the conclusion, yeah, but you can't just, like so many billions of people, like will you go and test every, it's not, you will never reach to actual conclusion. So the mother is there to tell you who the father is. The Vedas are considered to be the mother, and Brahma is called the grandfather, the forefather, because he was the first to be instructed in the Vedic knowledge. In the beginning, the first living creature was Brahma. He received this Vedic knowledge and imparted it to Narada and other disciples and sons, and they also distributed it to their disciples. In this way, the Vedic knowledge comes down by disciplic succession. It is also confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita that Vedic knowledge is understood in this way. If you make experimental endeavor, you come to the same conclusion, but just to save time, you should accept. If you want to know who your father is, and if you accept your mother as authority, then whatever she says can be accepted without argument. There are three kinds of evidences: pratyaksha, anumana, and shabda. Pratyaksha means direct. Direct evidence is not so good because our senses are imperfect, not perfect. We are seeing the sun daily and it appears to us just like a small disk, but it is actually far, far larger than many planets. Of what value is the seeing? Therefore, we have to read books. Then we can understand about the sun. So, direct evidence is not perfect. Then there is inductive knowledge. It may be like this, hypothesis. For instance, Darwin's theory says that it may be like this, it may be like that. But that is not science. That is a suggestion, and it is also not perfect. But if you receive the knowledge from the authoritative sources, that is perfect. If you receive a program guide from the radio station authorities, you accept it. You don't deny it. You don't have to make an experiment because it is received from the authoritative sources. Vedic knowledge is called Shabda Praman. Shabda Praman. Another name is Shruti. Shruti means that this knowledge has to be received simply by oral reception. The Vedas instruct that in order to understand knowledge, we have to hear from the authority. Transcendental knowledge is knowledge from beyond this universe. Within this universe is material knowledge, and beyond this universe is transcendental knowledge. We cannot even go to the end of the universe. So how can we go to the spiritual world? Thus, to acquire full knowledge is impossible. There is a spiritual sky. Yes, so we shall continue tomorrow about the spiritual sky and about the Krishna consciousness movement and the personalities, great personalities and transcendentalists, and more about the Vedic knowledge. So, this is very exciting introduction to Sri Ishopanishad, because Sri Ishopanishad is quite, it's very deep and it's very beautiful, and I'm looking forward to read this like 5th time or 6th time, because it is one of the foundational books of Srila Prabhupada, like one of the central, you can say. So, not to keep you long, the link to this book will appear tomorrow. I'll add it tomorrow. So that's it for today. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we shall see you in the next episode. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we're continuing with Sri Ishopanishad. We started reading introduction yesterday. We're on page number 5. There is a spiritual sky. There is another nature that is beyond manifestation and non-manifestation. But how will you know that there is a sky where the planets and inhabitants are eternal? All this knowledge is there, but how will you make experiments? It is not possible. Therefore, you have to take the assistance of the Vedas. This is called Vedic knowledge. It's called Vedic knowledge. In our Krishna consciousness movement, we are accepting knowledge from the highest authority, Krishna. Krishna is accepted as the highest authority by all classes of men. I'm speaking first of the 2 classes of transcendentalists. One class of transcendentalist is called impersonalist, Mayavadi. They are generally known as Vedantists, led by Shankaracharya. And there is another class of transcendentalists is known as Vaishnavas, like Ramanujacharya, Madhavacharya, Vishnu Swami. Both the Shankara Sampradaya and the Vaishnava Sampradaya have accepted Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Shankaracharya is supposed to be an impersonalist who preached impersonalism, impersonal Brahman, but it is a fact that he is a covered personalist. In his commentary on the Bhagavad Gita, he wrote, Narayana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is beyond this cosmic manifestation. And then again, he confirms, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayana, is Krishna. He has come as the son of Devaki and Vasudeva. He has particularly mentioned the names of his father and his mother. So Krishna is accepted as the Supreme Personality of Godhead by all transcendentalists. There is no doubt about it. Our knowledge, our source of knowledge in Krishna consciousness is directly from Krishna, Bhagavad Gita. We have published Bhagavad Gita as it is because we accept Krishna as he is speaking without any interpretation. That is Vedic knowledge. Since the Vedic knowledge is pure, we accept it. Whatever Krishna says, we accept. That is Krishna consciousness. That saves much time. If you accept the right authority or the source of knowledge, then you save much time. For example, there are two systems of knowledge in the material world, inductive and deductive. From deductive, you accept that man is mortal. Your father says man is mortal, your sister says man is mortal, everyone says man is mortal, but you do not experiment. You accept it as a fact that man is mortal. If you want to research to find out whether man is mortal, you have to study each and every man, and you may come to think that there may be some man who is not dying, but you have not seen him yet. So in this way, your researching will never be finished. This process is called in Sanskrit aroha, the ascending process. If you want to attain knowledge by any personal endeavor, by exercising your imperfect senses, you will never come to the right conclusions. That is not possible. There is a statement in Brahma Samhita. Just ride on the airplane which runs at the speed of mind. Our material airplanes can run 2000 miles per hour. But what is the speed of mind? You are sitting at home. You immediately think of India, say 10,000 miles away, and at once it is in your home. Your mind has gone there. The mind speed is so swift. Therefore, it is stated if you travel at this speed for millions of years, you'll find that the spiritual sky is unlimited. It is not possible even to approach it. Therefore, the Vedic injunction is that one must approach. The word compulsory is used. A bona fide spiritual master, a guru. And what is the qualification of a spiritual master? He has rightly heard the Vedic message from the right source. Otherwise, he is not bona fide. He must practically be firmly established in Brahman. These are the two qualities. This Krishna consciousness movement is completely authorized from Vedic principles. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, the actual aim of Vedic research is to find out Krishna. In the Brahma Samhita, it is also stated, Krishna, Govinda, has innumerable forms, but they are all one. They're not like our forms, which are fallible. His form is infallible. My form has a beginning, but his form has no beginning. it is Ananta. And his form, so many multiforms, has no end. My form is sitting here and not in my apartment. You are sitting there and not in your apartment. But Krishna can be anywhere at one time. Remember, he's saying that I'm sitting here, you're sitting there, not in your apartment, because this is a lecture, right? Prabhupada gave this lecture in London at some auditorium. Yes. But Krishna can be anywhere at one time. He can sit down in Goloka Vrindavana, and at the same time he is everywhere, all-pervading. He is original, the oldest. But whenever you look at a picture of Krishna, you'll find a young boy of 15, 20 years old. You will never find an old man. You have seen pictures of Krishna as a charioteer from Bhagavad Gita. At that time, he was not less than 100 years old. He had great-grandchildren, but he looked just like a boy. Krishna, God, never becomes old. That is his supreme power. And if you want to search out Krishna by studying the Vedic literature, then you will be baffled. It may be possible, but it is very difficult. But you can very easily learn about him from his devotee. His devotee can deliver him to you. Here he is, take him. That is the potency of Krishna's devotees. Originally there was only one Veda, and there was no necessity of reading it. People were so intelligent and had such sharp memories that by once hearing from the lips of the spiritual master, they would understand. They would immediately grasp the whole purport. But 5,000 years ago, Vyasadeva put the Vedas in writing for the people in this age, Kali Yuga. He knew that eventually the people would be short-lived, their memories would be very poor, and their intelligence would not be very sharp. Therefore, let me teach this Vedic knowledge in writing, in quotes. He divided the Vedas into 4, Rig, Sama, Atharva, and Yajur. Then he gave the charge of these Vedas to his different disciples. He then thought of the less intelligent class of men, Stri, Shudra, and Dvijabandhu. He considered the women class and Shudra class, worker class, and Dvijabandhu. Dvijabandhu refers to those who are born in a high family but who are not properly qualified. A man born in the family of a Brahmana who is not qualified as a Brahmana is called Dvijabandhu. For these persons, he compiled Mahabharata, called the History of India, and the 18 Puranas. These are all Vedic literatures, the Puranas, the Mahabharata, the 4 Vedas, and the Upanishads. The Upanishads are part of the Vedas. Then, Vyasadeva summarized all Vedic knowledge for scholars and philosophers in what is called the Vedanta Sutra. This is the last word of the Vedas. Vyasadeva personally wrote Vedanta Sutra under the instructions of Narada, his Guru Maharaj, spiritual master. But still he was not satisfied. There is a long story described in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Vyasadeva was not very satisfied even after compiling many Puranas, Upanishads, and even after Vedanta Sutra. Then his spiritual master, Narada, instructed him, "You explain Vedanta. Vedanta means ultimate knowledge, and the ultimate knowledge is Krishna. Krishna says that throughout all the Vedas one has to understand Krishna. Vedanta Krid Vide Videva Chaham. Krishna says, I am the compiler of Vedanta and I am the knower of the Vedas. Therefore, the ultimate objective is Krishna. That is explained in all the Vaishnava commentaries on Vedanta Sutra. We, Gaudiya Vaishnavas, have our commentary on Vedanta philosophy, called Govinda Bhashya, by Baladeva Vidyabhushana. Similarly, Ramanujacharya has a commentary and Madhavacharya has one. The version of Shankaracharya is not the only commentary. There are many Vedanta commentaries, but because the Vaishnavas did not present the first Vedanta commentary, people are under the wrong impression that Shankaracharya's is the only Vedanta commentary. Besides that, Vyasadeva himself wrote the perfect Vedanta commentary, Srimad Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam also begins with the first words of the Vedanta Sutra, Janmadyasya Yataha. And that Janmadyasya Yataha is fully explained in the Srimad Bhagavatam. The Vedanta Sutra simply hints at what is Brahman, the absolute truth. The absolute truth is that from whom everything emanates. This is a summary, but it is explained in detail in Srimad Bhagavatam. If everything is emanating from the absolute truth, then what is the nature of the absolute truth? That is explained in Srimad Bhagavatam. The absolute truth must be conscious, svarat. He is self-effulgent. We develop our consciousness and knowledge by receiving knowledge from others. But for him, it is said that he is self-effulgent. The whole summary of Vedic knowledge is the Vedanta Sutra. And the Vedanta Sutra is explained by the writer himself in the Srimad Bhagavatam. We're going to read Srimad Bhagavatam, like after we read all the small books and the big books. We finally request those who are actually after Vedic knowledge to try to understand the explanation of all Vedic knowledge from the Srimad Bhagavatam and the Bhagavad Gita. We have completed the introduction, and tomorrow we're going to start with the invocation mantra and the first mantra, mantra 1. So we have a total of 17 mantras. So this is a very deep and very scientific and incredible book, and I hope you will dive in. To be honest, I remember the first time I opened it, I read the invocation mantra. I was only like 15, 16 years old. I read the invocation mantra. I was like, whoa, that's like mind-blowing. I considered it very heavy, like heavy philosophy for me. But actually, like now it's like almost more than 10 years later, like you read it and then you finally find that, yes, this is the truth, you know, in this complicated and seemingly like difficult to understand world, the world which is difficult to understand. When you read Prabhupāda's books, when you read Shastra, when you read, this is like, Ishopanishad is Shruti, like it's Veda. So when you read these books, then you really understand, you begin to understand what the world is, who you are, and who is the Supreme Lord. So yes, so we're going to dive in tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description, so please check it out and read along and reread if you like. And yes, so we'll see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we are continuing with reading Sri Ishopanishad. And we're starting the invocation mantra today. on page number 10. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnam Udachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnam Eva Vashishyate. Translation. Actually, this is the first time we're reading a book which has a verse word for word and translation. Okay, let's try. Om, the complete whole. Purnam, perfectly complete. Ada, that. Purnam, perfectly complete. Idam, this phenomenal world. Purnat, from the all perfect. Purnam, complete unit. Udachyate, produced. Purnasya, of the complete whole. Purnam, completely all. Adaya, having been taken away. Purnam, the complete balance. Eva, even. Avashishyate, is remaining. Oh, maybe we can learn Sanskrit also, right? We're trying to learn Prabhupada's books by heart, right? And I remember in one lecture, or was it a letter, Srila Prabhupada was saying that he is including word for word translation in all of his books, because by we shouldn't skip them, but we should read them, because in this way we will learn Sanskrit slowly. So wow, okay, Jai. So translation. The personality of Godhead is perfect and complete. And because he is completely perfect, all emanations from him, such as this phenomenal world, are perfectly equipped as a complete whole. Whatever is produced of the complete whole is also complete by itself. And because he is the complete whole, even though so many complete units emanate from him, he remains the complete balance. Purport. The complete whole, or the supreme absolute truth, is the complete personality of Godhead. Impersonal Brahman forms an incomplete realization of the absolute complete. And so also does the conception of Paramatma, the Supersoul. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is Sat Chit Ananda Vigraha. Impersonal Brahman realization is the realization of his Sat, or eternity aspect. And Paramatma, Supersoul realization, is the realization of his Sat and Chit, eternity and knowledge aspects. But realization of the personality of Godhead is realization of all the transcendental features, Sat, Chit, and Ananda, or bliss. Haribol! In the personal concept, this is realized in complete form, Vigraha. And so the complete whole is not formless. If he is formless, or if he is less than his creation in any other thing, he cannot be complete. The complete whole must have everything, both within our experience and beyond our experience. Otherwise, he cannot be complete. Wow, I'm really hoping you're in this with me, but I'm just really grateful to all of you and to Krishna, to Shri Guru, because really, maybe this, because of the recording, because I really want to read it like I mean it, this purport of the invocation mantra is really opening up in a way that it never did for me, actually. Wow. This is such a genius and such a perfect explanation of why we need to know the personality of Godhead, right? like in terms of Satchit and Ananda, you can only realize his like bliss aspect only if you know him as a person. Jai. The complete whole personality of Godhead has immense potencies, and all of them are as complete as he is. As complete as he is. Therefore, this phenomenal world or material world is also complete by itself. The 24 elements of which this material universe is a temporary manifestation are completely adjusted to produce complete things necessary for the maintenance and subsistence of the universe, of this universe. No extraneous effort by any other unit is required for this maintenance. The universe has its own time, fixed by the energy of the complete whole. And when that time is complete, this temporary manifestation will be annihilated by the complete arrangement of the complete. There is complete facility for the small complete units, namely the living entities, to realize the complete. And all forms of incompleteness are experienced only on account of incomplete knowledge of the complete. Jai, so next time we feel incomplete, we should know that this is only because of lack of knowledge of the complete. The human form of life is a complete manifestation of the consciousness of the living being, which is obtained after evolving through 8,400,000 species of life in the cycle of birth and death. If a human being does not realize his completeness within the complete in this life of full consciousness, he loses the chance of realizing his completeness and is put again into the cycle of evolution by the law of material nature. Because we do not know that there is a complete arrangement in nature for our maintenance, we make efforts to utilize the resources of nature to create a so-called complete life of sense enjoyment. This misleading life of sense enjoyment is called illusion, because the living entity cannot enjoy the life of the senses without being dovetailed with the complete whole. For example, the hand of a body is a complete unit as long as it is attached to the complete body. When the hand is detached from the body, it may appear like a hand, but actually it has none of the potency of a hand. Similarly, the living beings are parts and parcels of the complete whole. And as long as the parts and parcels are detached from the complete whole, the illusory representation of completeness is not enough to bring the desired result. The completeness of human life can only be realized when the human form of life is engaged in the service of the complete whole. Any service in this world, whether social, political, communal, international, or even interplanetary, will remain incomplete unless and until it is dovetailed with the complete whole. And when everything is dovetailed with the complete whole, the attached parts and parcels also become complete in themselves. Haribo! So all of us are feeling incomplete unless we are dovetailed with the complete whole, right? And marketing specialists are trying to persuade us that if we buy what they have to offer, we will feel complete, but it never works out. And if it does, it doesn't last long. Okay, so mantra 1. Ishavasyamidam sarvam yat kincha jagatyam jagat tena tyaktena bhunjita magridah kasya svidhanam. Word for word. Isha, by the Lord. Vasyam, controlled. Idam, this. Sarvam, all. Yat, whatever. Kim, it is. Cha, and. Jagatyam, within the universe. Agat, all that is animate or inanimate. Tena, by him. Tyaktena, set apart, quota. Bhunjita, must you accept. Ma, do not. Grida, make into use. Kasyasvid, whom does it belong. Dhanam, things necessary. Translation. Everything animate or inanimate that is within the universe is controlled and owned by the Lord. One should therefore accept only those things necessary for himself which are set aside as his quota, and one must not accept other things, knowing well to whom they belong. Purport. The Vedic knowledge is infallible because it comes down through the perfect disciplic succession of spiritual masters, beginning with the Lord himself. The Vedic knowledge is received from the transcendental sources, and the first word was spoken by the Lord himself. The words spoken by the Lord are called apurusheya, not delivered by any person of the mundane world. A living being of the mundane world has 4 defects, which are: he must commit mistakes, number 1. Number 2, he must sometimes be illusioned. Number 3, he must try to cheat others. And number 4, he is endowed with imperfect senses. With these 4 principles of imperfection, one cannot deliver perfect information in the matter of all-pervading knowledge. The Vedas are not known like that. The Vedic knowledge was originally imparted into the heart of Brahma, the first created living being. And Brahma, in his turn, disseminated the knowledge to his sons and disciples, who have continued the process down through history. The Lord being Purnam, or all-perfect, there is no chance of his being subjected to the laws of material nature, while the living entities and inanimate objects are all controlled by the laws of nature, and thus ultimately by the potency of the Lord. This Ishopanishad is a part of the Yajur Veda, and as such it contains information as to the proprietorship of all things that exist within the universe. This point is confirmed by the Bhagavad Gita in the 7th chapter, where para and apara prakriti are discussed. The elements of nature, earth, fire, water, air, sky, mind, intelligence, and ego, all belong to the inferior or material energy of the Lord, whereas the living being, the organic energy, is the superior energy, the para prakriti of the Lord. Both the prakritis or energies are emanations from the Lord, and ultimately he is the controller of everything that exists. Okay, so both the prakritis or energies are emanations from the Lord, and ultimately he is the controller of everything that exists. Okay. There is nothing in the universe which does not belong either to the para or the apara prakriti, and therefore everything is under the proprietary right of the Supreme Being. Yeah, I think we're going to stop here because, of course, mantra 1 is going to have a substantial purport, meaning it's very deep because it contains the Ishopanishad principle. Ishopanishad principle meaning everything is owned and controlled by the Lord. Yeah, I remember back the times back in Bhakti-sastri when we were writing essay on this mantra. Beautiful times. Okay, thank you so much for staying with us, and we shall continue tomorrow with this incredible book with Purports of His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. The link to this book is in the description. I understand that maybe you would want to get back to it, so you can read. You can find the websites, 2 websites where you can just read the book for free. You can also order it hard copy, buy the Kindle version. Yes. So thank you for tuning in, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we're continuing with Sri Ishopanishad, this incredible book by His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupāda Ki Jai. Page number 14. The Supreme Being, the Absolute Personality of Godhead, being the complete person, has the complete and perfect intelligence to adjust everything by his different potencies. The Supreme Being is often compared with fire, and everything organic and inorganic is compared with the heat and light of the fire. The fire distributes energy in the form of heat and light, and likewise the Lord displays his energy in different ways. And he remains the ultimate controller, sustainer, and dictator over everything. He is full of all potencies, the knower of everything, the benefactor of everyone, and is full of all inconceivable opulences, power, wealth, fame, beauty, knowledge, and renunciation. Now, this is the description of the Supreme Lord. One should therefore be intelligent enough to know that, except for the Lord, no one is the proprietor of anything. One should accept only the things which are set aside by the Lord as his quota. The cow, for example, gives milk, but she does not drink the milk. Her milk is designated as food for the human being. The cow eats grass and straw but does not drink her own milk. Such is the arrangement of the Lord, and we should be satisfied with the things that have been very kindly set aside for us by him. We should always consider to whom the things that we possess actually belong. I'll just because I know there are many vegans out there who really have a lot to say to this about the cows, but it's true for like people who actually have cows. They say I know many farmers who told me that basically if the cow is giving the milk only for the calf, it's too much for the calf, and if the calf overeats, he becomes a little sick. So actually there is extra milk given by the cow for the human being. It's in the Veda. It's one of those. It's in the Shastra. It's from the spiritual world. So I'm sorry you can't really apply your limited intelligence and logic to these facts. Hare Krishna. With all due respect, honestly. So, continuing. Take, for example, our dwelling house, which is made of earth, wood, stone, iron, cement, and so many other material things. If we think in terms of Sri Ishopanishad, then we must know that we cannot produce any of the above mentioned building materials ourselves. We can simply bring them together and transform them into different shapes by our labor. A laborer cannot claim to be the proprietor of a thing just because he has worked so hard to manufacture it. there's always this great quarrel between the laborers and the capitalists in present-day society. The quarrel has now taken an international shape, and the world is in danger. Men face each other in enmity just like cats and dogs snarling. Sri Ishopanishad cannot give advice to cats and dogs, but it delivers the message of Godhead to man through the bona fide acharyas, or holy teachers. And the human race may take this Vedic wisdom from Ishopanishad that no one should quarrel over material possessions. One must be satisfied by whatever privileges are given to him by the mercy of the Lord. There can be no peace if the communist or the capitalist or any other party claims to be the proprietor of the resources of nature, which are entirely the property of the Lord. The capitalist cannot curb down the communist simply by political maneuvering, nor can the communist defeat the capitalist simply by fighting for the stolen bread. If they do not recognize the proprietorship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, then all the property which they claim to be their own is stolen, and therefore they shall be liable to punishment by the laws of nature. The bomb is in the hands of both the communists and the capitalists, and if both do not recognize the proprietorship of the Supreme Lord, it is sure and certain that ultimately the bomb will ruin both parties. That's an interesting analogy. Therefore, in order to save themselves, both must follow the instruction of Sri Ishopanishad, and thus bring peace to the world. Human beings are not meant for quarreling like cats and dogs. They must be intelligent enough to realize the importance of human life and to realize the aim of human life. The Vedic literature is meant for humanity and not for cats and dogs. Cats and dogs can kill other animals for food, and for that there is no question of sin on their part. But if a man kills an animal for the satisfaction of his uncontrolled taste buds, he is responsible for breaking the laws of nature, and therefore he must be punished. There is a standard of life for human beings which cannot apply to the animals. The tiger does not eat rice, wheat, or cow's milk because it has been given its quota of foodstuff in the shape of animal food. There are many animals and birds who are either vegetarian or non-vegetarian, but none of them transgress the laws of nature, as they have been ordained by the will of the Lord. Amongst the living beings, whether animals or birds or reptiles, there is strict adherence to the laws of nature, and therefore there is no question of sin for them, nor are the Vedic instructions meant for them. Human life alone, then, is a life of responsibility. It is also wrong to consider that simply by becoming a vegetarian one can save himself from the transgression. Hare Krishna. It is also wrong to consider that simply by becoming a vegetarian one can save himself from transgressing the laws of nature. Vegetables are also life. One life is meant to feed another living being, and that is the law of nature. One should not be proud of being a strict vegetarian. The point is to recognize the Supreme Lord. The animals have no developed consciousness to recognize the Lord, but a human being is sufficiently intelligent to take lessons from the Vedic literature, and thereby know how the laws of nature are working, and derive profit out of such knowledge. If a man neglects the instruction of the Vedic literature, his life is very risky. The human being is therefore required to recognize the authority of the Supreme Lord. He must be a devotee of the Lord. He must offer everything to the service of the Lord and partake of only the remnants of foodstuff offered to the Lord. That will make him able to discharge his duty properly. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord directly states that he accepts the vegetable foodstuffs from the hands of a pure devotee. Therefore, a human being should not only become a strict vegetarian, but he should also be a devotee of the Lord and offer to the Lord all his food, and only then partake of the prasadam or mercy of the Lord. Such a devotee can properly discharge the duty of human life. Those who do not do so are eating only sins, and thus will be subjected to the different types of distress, which are the result of the various sins. The root of sin is deliberate disobedience to the laws of nature, through not recognizing the proprietorship of the Lord. Disobedience to the laws of nature, or disobedience to the order of the Lord, will bring ruin to the human being. On the other hand, if one is sober and knows the laws of nature, without being influenced by unnecessary attachment or abhorrence, he is sure to be recognized again by the Lord, and thus become eligible for going back to Godhead, back to the eternal home. Haribol! So this was Shravanam Diaries. Thank you so much for tuning in. We shall continue tomorrow, and the link to this book is in the description. So we'll see you. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we're continuing with Sri Ishopanishad. We're on page number 18, mantra 2. Kurvan eveha karmani jijivishe chatam samaha evam tvai nanyate tosti nakarma lipyate nare. Kurvan, doing continuously, eva, thus, iha, during this span of life, karmani, work, jijivishet, one should desire to live, shatam, 100, samaha, years, evam, so living, tvai, unto you, na, no, anyatha, alternative, ita, from this path, asti, there is, na, not, karma, work, lipyate, can be bound, nare, unto a man. Translation: one may aspire to live for hundreds of years if he continuously goes on doing work in that way, because that sort of work will not bind him to the law of karma, and there is no alternative to this way for man. Purport: no one wants to die, and everyone wants to live for as long as he can drag on. This temperament is not only visible individually, but also it is visible collectively in the community, society, and nation. There is a hard struggle for life in every class of human beings, and the Veda says that this is quite natural for the living being. The living being is eternal by nature, but due to his bondage in the material existence, he has to change his body from one to another. This process is called transmigration of the soul. This transmigration is also called karma bandhana, or being bound by one's own work. The living entity has to work for his livelihood because that is the law of material nature. And if he does not act according to the prescribed duties of his particular life, he transgresses the law of nature, making himself bound more and more in the cycle of birth and death. The cycle of birth and death is present in life other than the human form. When the living entity gets the chance for human life, however, it is his chance to get free from the chain of the law of karma. Karma, akarma, and vikarma are principles very clearly described in the Bhagavad Gita. Actions which are done in terms of the prescribed duties mentioned in the revealed scriptures are called karma. Actions which make one free from the cycle of birth and death are called akarma. And actions which are performed by the misuse of one's freedom, thereby directing oneself toward the lower regions of life, are called vikarma. Of these three categories of activities, the one which makes one free from the cycle of further bondage to karma is preferred by intelligent men. Ordinary men want to perform good work in order to be recognized and to achieve some status in life, in this world, or in heaven. But more advanced men want to be free altogether from the actions and reactions of work. Intelligent men know well that both good and bad works are equally causes of material miseries of life. Therefore, they seek to do work which will free them from the reactions of good and bad work. This freedom from good and bad work is ascertained herewith in Sri Ishopanishad. The instruction of Sri Ishopanishad is better explained in the Bhagavad Gita, sometimes called the Gita-panishad, the cream of all the Upanishads. We're going to read Bhagavad Gita a little bit later, but we are. In the Bhagavad Gita, the personality of Godhead says that no one can attain the state of Naishkarma or Akarma without beginning the prescribed duties mentioned in the Vedic literature. The Vedic literature can regulate the working energy of the human being in such a way that one can gradually realize the authority of the Supreme Being. When one realizes the authority of the personality of Godhead, it is to be understood that he has attained the stage of positive knowledge. At this purified stage of life, where the modes of nature, namely goodness, passion, and ignorance, cannot act, one is enabled to work on the basis of Naishkarma, or work which does not bind one to the cycle of birth and death. Factually, no one has to do anything other than to render devotional service to the Lord. In the lower stage of life, however, one cannot at once adopt the principles of devotional service, nor can one completely stop reactionary work. A conditioned soul is accustomed to working for sense gratification, for his own self-interest, immediate or extended. An ordinary man wants to work for his own sense enjoyment, and when the principle of sense enjoyment is extended from the individual to include the collective society, nation, or humanity in general, It assumes various attractive names, such as altruism, socialism, communism, nationalism, humanitarianism, etc. These isms are certainly very attractive forms of karma bandhana, the bondage of one's own work. But the Vedic instruction of Sri Ishopanishad is as follows. If you actually live for any of the above isms, make them God-centered. There is no harm in becoming a family man, an altruist, socialist, communist, nationalist, or humanitarian, provided all such activities are executed in relation with Ishavasya, the God-centered conception. Haribo! Let's take a moment and really think about this with all the gravity and focus, because this is here the Ishavasya principle is just the peace formula, the formula of success, the ultimate, ultimate success. So, God-centered activities are evaluated in the Bhagavad Gita as being so rich that even a little bit of them can save one from the greatest danger. The greatest danger in life is to glide down again into the evolutionary cycle of birth and death. If some way or another a man misses the spiritual opportunity offered by his human form of life and thus glides down again into the evolutionary cycle, it must be considered the most regrettable incident, although a foolish man cannot see this due to his defective senses. Sri Ishopanishad advises us, therefore, to exert our energy in the Ishavasya spirit, and in that engagement we may wish to live for many, many years. Otherwise, one's long life is no better than that of a tree, which is also a living being, and which lives for hundreds and hundreds of years. There's no point in living a long time like the trees, or breathing like the bellows, or begetting children like the hog and the dog, or eating like the camel. Even a humble life with God-centered activities is more valuable than the colossal hoax of so-called altruism or socialism without any relation to God. When activities such as altruism are executed in the spirit of Sri Ishopanishad, every one of them become a form of karma yoga, as is recommended in the Bhagavad Gita. And that guarantees the executor against the dangers of the evolutionary process of birth and death. Such God-centered activities, even though half-finished, are still good for the executor because they will guarantee him the human form of life in his next birth. In this way, he can have another chance to improve his position on the path of liberation. Right, so mantra 3. Asurya namate loka andhena tamasavritah tamste pretya bhigachanti ye ke atma-ha no jana. Asuryah, meant for the asuras. Nama, famous by the name. Te, those. Loka, planets. Andhena, ignorance. Tamasa, darkness. Avrita, covered by. Tan, there. Te, they. Pretya, after birth. Abhigachanti, do enter into. Ye, anyone. Ke, everyone. Cha, end. Atma-ha, the killer of the soul. Jana, persons. Translation. The killer of the soul, whoever he may be, must enter into the planets known as the worlds of the faithless, full of darkness and ignorance. Purport. A human life is distinguished from animal life on account of its heavy responsibilities. Those who are cognizant of these responsibilities and work in that spirit are called suras, the godly. And those who either neglectful of the responsibilities or who have no information about them are called the asuras or demons. There are only these two kinds of human beings all over the universe. In the Rig Veda, it is stated that the suras always aim at the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord Vishnu and act accordingly. Their ways are as illuminated as the path of the sun. Haribo! The intelligent human beings must always remember that this particular form of body is obtained after an evolution of many millions of years of transmigration of the soul. This material world is sometimes compared with an ocean, and this human body is compared with a solid boat that designed to cross over the ocean. The Vedic scriptures and the acharyas or saintly teachers are compared with expert boatmen, and the facilities of a human body are compared with favorable breezes, which can help the boat smoothly ply to the desired destination. If, with all these facilities, a person does not fully utilize his human form of life for self-realization, such an asura must be considered atma-ha, a killer of the soul. Let's read that sentence once more. If, with all these facilities, a person does not fully utilize his human life for self-realization, such an asura must be considered atma-ha, a killer of the soul. The killer of the soul is destined to enter into the darkest region of ignorance, to suffer perpetually. And here is a warning by Sri Ishopanishad in clear terms. Right, so the difference between Vedic perspective on hellish planets and some other perspective is that the soul is eternal, and the hellish planets, they don't keep the soul forever. There's no eternal damnation, but if someone really messes up, it can be just for a very, very, very long time. There are swine, dogs, camels, asses, etc., whose economic necessities are just as important as ours. But the economic problems of these animals are solved under nasty conditions, while the human being is given all facilities for comfortable life by the laws of nature, because the human form of life is more important than an animal life. Why is a highly placed servant given all the facilities of comfortable life rather than an ordinary clerk? The answer is that the highly placed officer has to discharge duties of a higher nature. Similarly, the human being has higher duties in life than the animals who are engaged always in the business of feeding their hungry stomachs. The modern soul-killing civilization, oh Krishna, the modern soul-killing civilization has only increased the problems of a hungry stomach. We approach some polished animal, a modern civilized man, and he says that he wants to work for the satisfaction of the stomach, and there is no necessity for self-realization. But the laws of nature are so cruel that in spite of his eagerness to work hard for his stomach, there is always the question of unemployment, even after denouncing the prospect of self-realization. We are given this human form of life not to work hard like the ass, the swine, and the dog, but to attain the highest perfection of life. If we do not care for self-realization, it is by the law of nature that we have to work very hard, even though we do not want to do so. In this age, the human being has been forced to work hard like the ass and the bull, pulling carts. These are some of the examples of the regions where an asura is sent to work, revealed by this verse of Sri Ishopanishad. If a man fails to discharge his duties as a human being, he is forced to transmigrate to the planets called Asurya, in the degraded species of life, to work hard in ignorance and darkness. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is also stated that the half self-realized man, who in their previous life could not complete the process of approaching Godhead, but had sincerely tried for it. In other words, those who failed to attain success in realizing their relation with God are given the chance of appearing in the family of Shuchi and Srimata. Shuchi means a spiritually advanced Brahmana, and Srimata means a Vaishya, or a member of the mercantile community. This means that such fallen candidates are given a better chance for cultivating self-realization on account of their sincere efforts in past lives. If the fallen candidates are given the chance of taking birth in respectable, noble families, we can hardly imagine the state of those who have completely achieved success in the attempt. Simply to make an attempt for realizing God is to guarantee that the next birth will be in a noble family. But those who do not make any such attempt at all, and who want to be covered by illusion, too materialistic and attached to material enjoyment, must enter into the darkest region of hell, as is confirmed in all the Vedic literature. Such materialistic asuras sometimes make a show of religiousness with the ultimate aim of material prosperity. We have seen those, right? The Bhagavad Gita, however, rebukes them as man called great on the strength of false perfection, empowered by the votes of the ignorant and by material wealth. Such asuras devoid of self-realization and the conception of Ishavasya, the Lord, are sure to enter into the darkest regions. The conclusion is that we are not meant only for solving economic problems on a tottering platform, but we are also meant for solving the problems of the material life into which we have been placed by the conditions of nature. Jai, we're going to continue tomorrow with mantra 4. Thank you so much for tuning in, and the link to this book is in the description. And if you have noticed that the kids were screaming in the background, they're just having fun. So we'll record tomorrow in some other time when the kids are studying. So thank you so much for tuning in again, and we shall see you. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we're continuing with Sri Ishopanishad by His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupāda, page number 26, mantra number 4. Anejadekam manaso javiyo naina deva apnuvan purvam arshat tadhavatonian atyati tishtat tasmin napoma tarishva dadati. Anejat, fixed, ekam, one, manasa, then the mind, javiyah, more swift, na, not, enat, the Supreme Lord, Deva, the demigods like Indra. Apnuvan, can approach. Purvam, in front. Arshat, moving quickly. Tat, he. Dhavata, those who are running. Anyan, others. Atyeti, surpass. Tishtat, remaining in one place. Tasmin, in him. Apa, rain. Matarishva, the gods who control the wind and rain. Dadhati, supply. Translation: although fixed in his abode, the personality of Godhead is swifter than the mind and can overcome all others running. The powerful demigods cannot approach him. Although in one place he controls those who supply the air and rain, he surpasses all in excellence. Purport: through mental speculation, even the greatest philosopher cannot know the Supreme Lord, who is the absolute personality of Godhead. He can be known only by his devotees through his mercy. In the Brahma Samhita 5.34, it is stated that even if a non-devotee philosopher travels through space at the speed of the mind, or the mind, at the speed of the wind or the mind for hundreds of millions of years, he will still find that the absolute truth is far, far away from him. The Brahma Samhita 5.37 further describes that the absolute personality of Godhead has his transcendental abode known as Goloka, where he remains and engages in his pastimes. Yet, by his inconceivable potencies, he can simultaneously reach every part of his creative energy. In the Vishnu Purana, his potencies are compared to the heat and light that emanate from a fire. Although situated in one place, a fire can distribute its light and heat for some distance. Similarly, the absolute personality of Godhead, although fixed in his transcendental abode, can diffuse his different energies everywhere. Although his energies are innumerable, they can be divided into three principal categories: the internal potency, the marginal potency, and the external potency. There are hundreds and millions of subheadings to each of these categories. Wow, imagine hundreds and millions of subheadings to each of these categories, to the internal, marginal, and external. The dominating demigods who are empowered to control and administer such natural phenomena as air, light, and rain are all classified within the marginal potency of the absolute person. Lesser living beings, including humans, also belong to the Lord's marginal potency. The material world is the creation of the Lord's external potency, and the spiritual sky, where the kingdom of God is situated, is the manifestation of his internal potency. Thus, different energies of the Lord are present everywhere. Although the Lord and his energies are non-different, one should not mistake these energies for the supreme truth. Nor should one wrongly consider that the Supreme Lord is distributed everywhere impersonally, or that he loses his personal existence. Men are accustomed to reaching conclusions according to their capacity for understanding, but the Supreme Lord is not subject to our limited capacity for understanding. It is for this reason that the Upanishads warn us that no one can approach the Lord by his own limited potency. In the Bhagavad Gita 10.2, the Lord says that not even the great rishis and suras can know him. And what to speak of the asuras, for whom there is no question of understanding the ways of the Lord. This fourth mantra of Sri Ishopanishad very clearly suggests that the absolute truth is ultimately the absolute person. Otherwise, there would have been no need to mention so many details in support of his personal features. Although the individual parts and parcels of the Lord's potencies have all the symptoms of the Lord himself, they have limited spheres of activity and therefore are all limited. The parts and parcels are never equal to the whole. Therefore, they cannot appreciate the Lord's full potency. Under the influence of material nature, foolish and ignorant living beings who are but parts and parcels of the Lord try to conjecture about the Lord's transcendental position. Sri Ishopanishad warns of the futility of trying to establish the identity of the Lord through mental speculation. Once you try to learn of the transcendental form, once you try to learn of the transcendence from the Lord himself, the supreme source of the Vedas, for the Lord alone has full knowledge of the transcendence. Every part and parcel of the complete whole is endowed with some particular energy to act according to the Lord's will. Oh my God, this is so sweet. Look at that. Just recently we were talking with my husband actually about this thing that every single person, every single part and parcel of the Lord has a particular individual energy to act according to the Lord's will and to please the Lord in a particular way. And this is exactly the confirmation of that. Every part and parcel of the complete whole is endowed with some particular energy to act according to the Lord's will. When the part and parcel living entity forgets his particular activities under the Lord's will, he is considered to be in Maya, illusion. Thus, from the very beginning, Sri Ishopanishad warns us to be very careful to play the part designated for us by the Lord. This does not mean that the individual soul has no initiative of his own. Because he is part and parcel of the Lord, he must partake of the initiative of the Lord as well. When a person properly utilizes his initiative or active nature with intelligence, understanding that everything is the Lord's potency, he can revive his original consciousness, which was lost due to association with Maya, the external energy. All power is obtained from the Lord. Therefore, each particular power must be utilized to execute the will of the Lord, and not otherwise. The Lord can be known by one who has adopted such a submissive service attitude. Wow. Perfect knowledge means knowing the Lord in all his features, knowing his potencies, and knowing how these potencies work by his will. These matters are described by the Lord in the Bhagavad Gita, the essence of all the Upanishads. Jai, I think we're going to stop here because in mantra number 5 there's a long purport, and I would like to start and stop. I wouldn't want to break the purport in half today. Wow, this was such a beautiful verse. Actually, I just wanted to say one thing about the sentence that the Lord can be known by one who has adopted such a submissive service attitude. It just reminded me how it is said also that you're supposed to be submissive and inquire submissively from the spiritual master. And why is it like that? Because spiritual master is also Sakshat Hari. He's the representative of the Lord. And I found this quote of Srila Prabhupada where he says that one should please the Acharya, the spiritual master, with his behavior and his reception, like with your reception and behavior, so that the spiritual master would be pleased and comfortable, and he would just feel like sharing something confidential with you, So this is really, this is very personal. Like anybody would come to you and start challenging you and questioning your intelligence and questioning your position and questioning, just being mean and disrespectful. Like you wouldn't really want to, prove something to him because, why would you need to do that, right? You would just want to distance yourself. So similarly, why would the Lord, why would God, he would, he's maintaining us, we are his part and parcel, we can't live without him technically. He's giving us all the facilities, including these bodies and the external facilities. He's giving us everything, and we're questioning him in this, and then we expect that he will come in all of his sweet and beautiful attributes, and he will say, well, here I am. No. So yes, the Lord can be known by one who has adopted such a submissive service attitude. Jai. So thank you so much for tuning in today, and the link to this book is in the description. So please, unpack your hidden potential of being yourself and acting under the Lord's will, and reaching your inner potential of manifesting that particular energy to act according to the Lord's will, and exchanging those loving devotional sentiments with him, and diving into the nectarian ocean of bhakti and devotional service. There is so much actually to say and to tell all of my dear listeners. I was just a little bit shocked by the fact that day before yesterday, this episode, there was 60 listeners, and it's the first time maximum times that the episode was listened. And I'm so happy because right now there's December book marathon, it's a marathon where devotees, they're especially actively trying to distribute Srila Prabhupada's books. And I'm a little bit trying to comfort myself, thinking that I am also distributing books like this, through basically sharing them via a podcast. And I just wanted to say that in case this episode will also attract some special attention, please take this opportunity and try to dive into Srila Prabhupada's books, because it's an ocean of nectar and it's blissful. And actually, one thing is that we were supposed to launch shravanamdiaries.com website this Gita Jayanti, means 25th of December, but due to few circumstances we would have to postpone it to 25th of February on Nityananda Trayodashi. And I also recorded recently an interview which will be posted on our YouTube channel of one very dear and close senior friend of mine, Audari Lila Mataji. And it's basically we're asking her which is the first book she read, which is the most recent book of Srila Prabhupada she read, and which is her favorite book. And I really, really liked how she said, it was so beautiful to hear how she said that, I will not say the whole thing because I really want you to also listen to her own words, but she said that when she read the first book of Srila Prabhupada in her life, she felt as if she was a dry sponge, and the book, which was Nectar of Devotion, it was like that ocean of nectar would just completely Like, she was so craving for that nectar and she didn't even know about it. It's a really interesting story how she received the first book of Srila Prabhupada, and I'm really excited to present it very soon. So, thank you so much for tuning in again, and with your permission, we shall stop here, and we'll see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we're continuing with Shri Ishopanishad, page number 29, mantra 5. Tad ejati tan naijati, tad dure tad vantike, tad antarasya sarvasya, tadu sarvasya sya bhahyata. Tat, the Supreme Lord. Ejati, does walk. Tat, he. Na, not. Ejati, does walk. Tat, he is. Dure, far away. Tat, he is. U, also. Antike, very near. Tat, he is. Antar, within. Asya, of this. Sarvasya, all. Tat, he is. U, also. Sarvasya, all. Asya, of this. Bhahyata, external to. Translation. The Supreme Lord walks and does not walk. He is far away, but he is very near as well. He is within everything, and again, he is outside of everything. Purport. Here is an explanation of the Supreme Lord's transcendental activities by his inconceivable potencies. There are two sets of contradictory words mentioned here to prove the inconceivable potency of the Lord. He walks and he does not walk. These two phrases are contradictory. If someone can walk, then it is improper to say that he cannot walk. These contradictions show the inconceivable power of God. With our limited fund of knowledge, we cannot accommodate such things, and therefore the Lord is conceived in terms of our limited powers of understanding. The impersonalist philosophers of the Mayavada school accept only the impersonalist part of the Lord's activities and refute his personal feature. The Bhagavata school, however, accepts the Lord in both ways, meaning as personal and impersonal. And the Bhagavatas also accept his inconceivable potencies. Without inconceivable potency, there is no meaning to the words Supreme Lord. We should not take it for granted that because we cannot see God before our eyes, therefore, there is no personal existence of the Lord. To refute this sort of argument, Sri Ishopanishad warns us that the Lord is far away from us, but he is very near to us also. The abode of the Lord is beyond the material sky. We have no means to measure even the material sky. If just the material sky is so far, far away from us, then what to speak of the spiritual sky, which is beyond the material sky altogether? That the spiritual sky is situated far, far away from the material world is further confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. But in spite of the Lord's being far away, he can at once, within less than a second, descend before us with a speed more powerful than the mind or the air. He can walk so quickly that no one can surpass him. This fact has already been described in the previous verse. When the personality of Godhead thus comes before us, however, we neglect him. This negligence on the part of the foolish people is condemned by the Lord in the Bhagavad Gita. The Lord says that the foolish deride him, taking him to be one of the mortal beings. But he is not a mortal being, nor does he come before us with a body produced of material nature. There are many so-called scholars who say that when the Lord descends, he does so in a body of matter, just like an ordinary living being. Such foolish men place the Lord on an equal level to that of the ordinary man, not knowing his inconceivable power. Because he is full of inconceivable potencies, God can accept our service through any sort of medium, and he can convert his different potencies according to his own will. The unbelievers argue that the Lord cannot incarnate himself, or if at all, he descends in a form of material energy. This argument is nullified if we accept his inconceivable potencies as realities. Even if he appears before us in the form of material energy, it is quite possible for him to convert the material energy into spiritual energy. The source of the energies being one and the same, the energies can be utilized suitably according to the will of that energetic source. For example, the Lord appears in the form of archa, or deities, supposedly made of earth or stone. These forms, engraved from wood or stone or any other matter, are not idols, however, as is held by the iconoclasts. In the present state of our imperfect material existence, we cannot see the Supreme Lord on account of our imperfect vision. But still, those devotees who want to see him by means of material vision are favored by the Lord, who appears in so-called material form to accept the devotee's service. This does not mean that such devotees who are in the lower stage of devotional service are worshipping an idol. In fact, they are worshipping the Lord who has agreed to appear before them in a particular way, which is approachable by them. This archa form is not fashioned in terms of the order or whim of the worshipper. It is eternally existent with all its paraphernalia. This can be actually felt by a sincere devotee, but not by an atheist. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says that he treats his devotee in proportion to the degree of surrender made by the devotee. He reserves the right not to expose himself to anyone and everyone, except those who surrender unto him. Therefore, for the surrendered soul, he is always within reach, whereas for the non-surrendered soul, he is far, far away and cannot be approached. There are two words in the revealed scriptures which are important in this connection: saguna and nirguna, with qualities and without qualities. Saguna does not mean that the Lord becomes subject to the laws of material nature when he appears, although he has qualities and appears in a material form. For him, there is no difference between material and spiritual energies, because he is the source of such energies. He is the controller of the different energies, and as such, he cannot at any time be under their influence as we are. The material energy works according to his direction, and therefore he can use the material energy for his purpose, but without ever being influenced by any of the qualities of his energies. Nor for this purpose does he become a formless entity at any time. Ultimately, He is the eternal form, the primeval Lord. And the impersonal representation, or Brahman effulgence, is the glow of his personal rays, as the sun's rays are the glow of the sun god. When the boy saint, Prahlad Maharaj, was in the presence of his atheist father, his father asked him, "Where is your God?" The child Prahlad replied that God resides everywhere. The father then angrily asked whether his God was within the pillar of the palace, and the child said yes. At once the atheist king broke the pillar in front of him into pieces, at which the Lord appeared as Nrisimhadev, the half-man, half-lion incarnation, from within the pillar, and killed the atheist king. This means that the Lord is within everything which is created by his different energies. And by his inconceivable power, he can appear at any place in order to favor his sincere devotee. Lord Nrisimha appeared from within the pillar, not at the order of the atheist king, but by the wish of the devotee Prahlad. An atheist cannot order the Lord to appear, but to show mercy to his devotee, the Lord can appear anywhere and everywhere. The Bhagavad Gita confirms this in the statement that the Lord appears to vanquish the unbelievers and to protect the believers. To vanquish an unbeliever, non-believer, of course, the Lord has sufficient energies and agents who can do the work. But to favor the devotee is a pleasing task for him, and therefore he descends as an incarnation. He does so only to favor his devotees, then, and not for any other purpose. In the Brahma Samhita, it is said that Govinda, the primeval Lord, enters into everything by his plenary portion. He enters the universe as well as the atom of the universe. He is outside in the Virata form, and he is within as Antaryami. As Antaryami, he is witness of everything that we are doing, and he gives us the results of our actions as karma phala. We ourselves may forget what we have done in previous lives, but because the Lord is the witness of our actions, the result of our actions is always there, and we have to undergo the reactions all the same. In fact, there is nothing except God within and without. Everything is manifested of his different energies, like the heat and light of the fire, which means there is a oneness among the diverse energies. In spite of this oneness, however, the Lord enjoys in his personal form all that is enjoyable to the little senses of the little part and parcel living entities. Okay, let's repeat that last sentence. In spite of his oneness, however, the Lord enjoys in his personal form all that is enjoyable to the little senses of the little part and parcel living entities. That's us. Okay. Jai. Okay, so we shall stop here for today, and tomorrow we'll continue with mantra 6. Thank you so much for tuning in, and the link to this book is in the description. Please check it out, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we are continuing with Shri Ishopanishad, the book by His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupāda. Page number 34, mantra 6. Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanupashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tato na vijugupsate. Yah, a person. Tu, but. Sarvani, all. Bhutani, living entities. Atmani, in relation with the Supreme Lord. Eva, only. Anupashyati, observes in a systematic way. Sarva bhuteshu, in every living being. Cha, and. Atmanam, the Supreme Supersoul. The Supersoul. Tata, thereafter. Na, not. Vijugupsate, hates everyone. Translation: a person who sees everything in relation to the Supreme Lord and sees all entities as his parts and parcels, and who sees the Supreme Lord within everything, never hates anything, nor any being. Purport. Here is an explanation of the Mahabhagavata, the great personality, who sees everything in relation to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There are 3 stages of realizing the presence of the Supreme Lord. First, the Kanishta Adhikari, the person who is in the lowest stage of realization of the Lord, goes to one place of worship, such as temple, church, or mosque, in terms of his particular faith, type of religious faith, and worships there in terms of the scriptural injunctions. Such devotees think that the Lord is there at the place of worship and nowhere else. Such devotees cannot recognize who is in what position in the devotional line or in terms of realization of the Supreme Lord. They follow the routine formulas and sometimes quarrel among themselves, estimating one particular type of worship better than another. These Kanishta Adhikaris in the lowest stage of devotion are called materialistic devotees, or those just trying to transcend the material boundary to reach the spiritual plane. Next, above these Kanishta Adhikaris are the Madhyam Adhikaris, the devotees who are in the intermediate stage of devotional service. These Madhyam Adhikaris observe 4 principles in relation to the Supreme Lord, which are as follows. 1. They see, first of all, the Supreme Lord. 2. They see next the devotees of the Lord. 3. They see also the innocent who have no knowledge about God. And at last, 4. They see the atheists who have no faith in the Lord and who hate those in the devotional line. The Madhyam Adhikari devotee behaves differently toward the different above-mentioned 4 principles. He adores the Lord, considering him the object of love, and he makes friendship with those who are in the devotional line. He tries to awaken the dormant love of Godhead in the hearts of the innocent people. But he does not approach the atheists, who deride at the very name of the Lord. Above the Madhyam Adhikari, there is the Uttama Adhikari devotee, who sees everything in relation to the Supreme Lord. He does not make any particular discrimination between the atheist and the theist, but sees in every one of them the part and parcel of God. He knows that there is no difference between a vastly learned Brahmana and a dog in the street, because both of them are of the Lord, though in different embodiments, due to the different qualities of material action. The Brahmana particle of the Supreme Lord has not misused the little independence given to him by the Lord, but the dog particle has misused his independence, and thus he has been punished by the law of nature, being encaged in the ignorant form of a dog. Without considering the respective actions of the Brahmana and the dog, the Uttama Adhikari tries to do good for both. Such a learned devotee of the Lord is not misled by the material bodies of the Brahmana and the dog, but he is attracted by the spiritual spark within the respective entities. Those who imitate an Uttamadhikari in terms of the sense of oneness or fellowship, but who behave in terms of bodily relationships, are false philanthropists. Therefore, the concept of universal brotherhood must be learned from the Uttamadhikari devotee of the Lord, and not from a foolish person who has no proper vision of the individual soul and of the supersoul, the plenary expansion of the Supreme Lord, which dwells everywhere. In this mantra of Sri Ishopanishad, it is clearly mentioned that one should observe or see. This means one must follow the previous acharya, the perfected teacher. Anupashyati is the exact Sanskrit word used in this connection. Anu means to observe. One should not try to see things as he does with the naked eye. The naked eye cannot see anything properly due to its material defectiveness. One cannot see properly unless one has heard from a superior source. And the highest source is the Vedic wisdom spoken by the Lord himself. This truth is coming in disciplic succession from the Lord to Brahma, from Brahma to Narada, from Narada to Vyasa, and from Vyasa to many of his disciples. Formerly, there was no necessity of recording the message of the Vedas, because people of earlier ages were more intelligent and had sharper memories, and they could follow instructions simply by hearing once from the mouth of a bona fide spiritual master. At present, there are many commentaries on the revealed scriptures, but most of them are not in the line of Srila Vyasadeva, who originally taught the Vedic wisdom. The final, most perfect and sublime work of Srila Vyasadeva is the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is the correct commentary on the Vedanta Sutra. Similarly, there is the Bhagavad Gita, which is spoken by the Lord himself, and which does not by the Lord himself, and which was recorded by Vyasadeva. These are the more important of the many revealed scriptures, and any commentary which does not conform to the principles of the Gita or the Srimad Bhagavatam is unauthorized. There is complete symmetrical agreement between the Upanishads, Vedanta, the Vedas, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Srimad Bhagavatam. Jai! Therefore, no one should try to reach any conclusion about the Vedas without being instructed by members in the line of Vyasadeva, or at least those who believe in the personality of Godhead and His diverse energies. Only one who is already in the liberated status, according to the Bhagavad Gita, can become an Uttama-adhikari devotee and can see everyone or every living being as his own brother. This cannot be seen by politicians who are always after some material gain. Imitation of this liberated status is to serve the outward body for fame or some reward, but is not the service to the Supreme Lord, to the Spirit Soul. Such imitators have no information of the spiritual world. The Uttama-adhikari sees the Spirit Soul of an entity and serves him as spirit, which includes matter automatically. Jai. We have completed mantra 6. Jai. I pray and hope that these key points about the 3 different levels of devotees or 3 different levels of spiritual realization really, goes through, because many times we see different kinds of religious people or spiritual people, and we don't need to judge all spirituality by, say, Kanishta adhikaris who don't really know how to discriminate between devotees and the atheists and the innocent, and they don't know how to behave properly, how to see the Lord everywhere. And also this point how the Vedas, there is disciplic succession, how to properly understand the Vedas, and you can find so many different purports of Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, but unless it is in line with the original author, with the Supreme Lord, then how can you really derive the actual benefit, right? And of course how in earlier days people had sharper memories, so there are no records of books like 10,000 years ago. 5,000 years ago, yes, they were recorded, because Kali Yuga, our age, was coming, so people had lesser and lesser facilities to and abilities to remember. And finally, the last point is that this sense of oneness based only on the outward body, which excludes the spirit soul, is it's not actually the reality. It's not the way to see everyone as your own brother and achieve universal brotherhood. But when the Uttama-adhikari, he sees the spirit soul, everyone as a spirit soul, it includes matter automatically. It's not like we don't discriminate at all, in the sense that no intelligence, right? He sees the dog, the brahmana, the elephant, the cow, their spirit soul, but you will serve him as a spirit. It will include matter automatically. Jai. Such an important verse. I mean, every single verse is like a treasure house of meaning, and you can actually go on and on discussing more and more. And I'm sure each one of you who heard this verse, you have your own realizations and you have your own points to remember from this beautiful purport and the verse itself. And I'm actually so happy and so grateful that Ishopanishad has attracted so much attention, and amazed how intelligent the audience is. Yes, so thank you so much for tuning in today, and we shall see you in the next episode tomorrow with mantra 7. So Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we are continuing with Shri Ishopanishad, page number 38, mantra 7. Yasmin sarvani bhutani atma-ha bhut vijanatah tatra ko moha kah shoka ekatvam anupashyatah. Yasmin, in the situation, sarvani, all, bhutani, living entities, atma, the spiritual spark, eva, only, abhut, becomes a fact, vijanatah, one who knows, tatra, therein, ka, what, moha, illusion, shoka, anxiety, ekatvam, of the same quality, anupashyata, one who sees through authority, or one who sees constantly like that. Translation: one who always sees all living entities as spiritual sparks, in quality one with the Lord, becomes a true knower of things. What is there as illusion or anxiety for him? Purport: except for the two more advanced devotees described above, which is Uttamadhikari and Madhyamadhikari, no one can correctly see the spiritual position of a living being. The living entities are qualitatively one with the Supreme Lord, as the sparks of the fire are qualitatively one with the nature of the fire. But sparks are not fire as far as quantity is concerned. The quantity of heat and light present in the fire is not equal to the quantity of heat and light in the sparks. The Mahabhagavata, or great devotee, sees oneness in the sense that everything is the energy of the Supreme Lord. And as there is no difference between the energy and the energetic, there is the sense of oneness. Without heat and light, there is no meaning of fire. And yet, heat and light, from the analytical point of view, are different from fire. But in synthesis, heat, light, and fire are all the same one thing. One thing. The Sanskrit words found here, ekatvam anupashyatah, mean to see the unity of the living entities from a viewpoint of the revealed scriptures. Every individual spark of the Supreme Whole has almost 80% of the known qualities of the whole, but they are not as good as the Supreme Lord. These qualities are present in minute quantity, as the living entity is but a minute part and parcel of the Supreme Whole. This is like the drop of water and the ocean. The quantity of salt present in the drop is never comparable to the quantity of salt present in the complete ocean. But the quality of salt present in the drop is equal in quality, in chemical composition, with that present in the ocean. If the individual living being were equal both in quality and in quantity, then there would be no question of the living entities being submerged by the influence of material energy. It has already been discussed in previous mantras that no living being, even the powerful demigods, can surpass the Supreme Being in any respect. Therefore, ekatvam does not mean that a living being is equal in all respects to the Supreme Lord. It means, in a broader sense, that there is one interest. Just as in a family, the interest of all the members is one. In a nation, although different individual citizens are there, the national interest is one. Therefore, the living entities, being parts and parcels of the same supreme family, the interest of the supreme being and that of the parts and parcels is not different. Every living being is the son of the supreme being. As it is said in the Bhagavad Gita, all living creatures, including birds, reptiles, ants, aquatics, trees, and so on, all over the universe, all are emanations from the marginal potency of the Supreme Lord. And therefore, all of them belong to the same family of the Supreme Being. There is no clash of interest in spiritual life. Haribol! The spiritual entities are meant for enjoyment. By nature, by constitution, every living being, both the Supreme Lord and each different part and parcel, is meant for enjoyment eternally. The living beings who are encaged in the material tabernacle are always seeking enjoyment. But they are seeking their enjoyment on a platform which is not meant for them. Aside from this material world, there is the spiritual platform, where the Supreme Being is enjoying with His innumerable associates, without any trace of material qualities. That platform is called Nirguna. On the Nirguna platform, there is no clash of enjoyment. Here, in the material world, there is always a clash between different individual beings, because here the center of enjoyment is missed. The center of enjoyment is the Supreme Lord, who is the center of the sublime and spiritual rasa dance. We are all meant for joining Him and for enjoying life with one transcendental interest and without any clash. That is the high platform of spiritual interest, and as soon as such a perfect form of oneness is realized, there can be no question of illusion or lamentation. Maya, or illusion, means a godless civilization, the result of which is lamentation. The godless civilization sponsored by the modern politicians is always full of anxieties, and that is the law of nature. No one can surpass this law, as is stated in the Bhagavad Gita. Only one who surrenders at the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord can overcome the stringent laws of nature. If, therefore, we wish to get rid of all sorts of illusion and anxiety and create unity of all diverse interests, we must bring God into all our activities. The results of our activities must be used to serve the interest of the Lord, and not for any other purpose, because only by serving the interest of the Lord can we feel the atma-ha interest mentioned here in Sri Ishopanishad. This and the Brahma-bhuta interest mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita are one and the same thing. The Supreme Atman, or Soul, is the Lord Himself, and the minute Atman is the living entity. The Supreme Atman or Paramatman alone maintains all the individual minute beings, because the Supreme Lord wants to derive pleasure out of their affection. The Father extends himself by his children and maintains them in order to derive pleasure. If the children of the Father are obedient to his will, family affairs will run smoothly, with one interest and a pleasing atmosphere. Exactly the same thing is transcendentally arranged in the Brahman, or absolute family of the Param Brahman, the Supreme Spirit. The Param Brahman is as much a person as the individual entities are. None of them are impersonal. Such transcendental personalities are full of transcendental bliss, knowledge, and life eternal. That is the real position of spiritual existence. And as soon as one is fully cognizant of this transcendental position, he is at once surrenders unto the lotus feet of the Supreme Being, Shri Krishna. But such Mahatmas, great souls, are very rarely seen, because such transcendental realization is achieved only after many, many births. Once attained, however, there is no more illusion or distress, no more of the misery of material existence, and there is no birth and death as we experience in the present status of our life. That is the information we get from this mantra of Shri Ishopanishad. Haribol! Jai, thank you so much for tuning in today, and we shall continue with mantra 8 tomorrow. The link to Shri Ishopanishad is in the description, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we're continuing with Shri Ishopanishad by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupāda. Page number 42, Mantra 8. Saparyagat chukram akayam avranam asnaviram shudham papavidham kavirmanishi paribhuh swayambhu yatha tatyatorthan vyadhatach chashvatibhyah samabhyah. Sah, that person, Paryagat, must know, in fact, Shukram, the omnipotent, Akayam, unembodied, Avranam, without any reproach, Asnaviram, without any veins, Shudham, antiseptic, Apapavidham, prophylactic, Kavi, omniscient, Manisi, philosopher, Paribhuh, the greatest of all, Swayambhuh, self-sufficient, Yatha Tatyatah, just in pursuance of, Arthan, desirables, Vyadadhat, awards, Shashvatibhyah, immemorial, Samabhyah, time. Translation. Such a person must know, in fact, that the greatest of all, who is unembodied, omniscient, beyond reproach, without veins, pure and uncontaminate, the self-sufficient philosopher, who is also acting, who is awarding everyone's desire since time immemorial. Haribol! Purport. Here is the description of the transcendental and eternal form of the absolute personality of Godhead. The Supreme Lord is not formless. He has his own transcendental form, which is not at all similar to those of the mundane world. The living entities in this world have their forms embodied by the material nature, and they work like any material machines. The physiological and anatomical structure of the body of a living being must have a mechanical construction, with veins and so forth in the embodiment. But in the transcendental body of the Lord there is nothing like veins. It is clearly stated here that he is unembodied. That means that there is no difference between his body and soul, nor does he accept a body by the law of nature as we do. In the material concept of bodily life, the soul is different from the gross embodiment and subtle mind. The Supreme Lord is apart from any such compartmentalized arrangement, however. There is nothing like a difference of body and mind in the Supreme Lord. He is the complete whole, and his mind and body and he himself are all one and the same. In the Brahma Samhita there is a similar description of the body of the Supreme Lord. He is described there as the Sat-Chit Ananda Vigraha. This means that he is the eternal form, fully representing transcendental existence, knowledge, and bliss. The Vedic literature states clearly that he has a completely different kind of transcendental body, and that he is sometimes described as formless. This formlessness means that he has no form like ours, or that he is devoid of a form which we can perceive. In the Brahma Samhita, it is further said that the Lord can do anything and everything with any one of the parts of his body. It is said there that with each and every one of the parts of his body, such as the hand, he can do the work of the other senses. This means that the Lord can walk with his hands, he can accept a thing with his legs, he can see with his hands and feet, by his hands and feet, and he can eat with his eyes. In the Shruti mantras, it is said that he has no hands and no legs like us, but that he has a different type of hand and leg, by which he can accept all that we offer to him, and walk faster than anyone, anywhere. These things are confirmed in this mantra of Sri Ishopanishad by the use of words such as omnipotent. The Lord's Vigraha, Shri Vigraha, his worshipable form, which is installed in the temples by authorized acharyas who have realized the Lord in terms of Mantra 7, is also non-different from the original form of the Lord. The original form of the Lord is that of Sri Krishna. Sri Krishna expands himself by an unlimited number of forms, like Baladeva, Rama, Nrisimha, Varaha, etc. And all of these are one and the same personality of Godhead. Similarly, the Archa Vigraha, which is worshipped in temples, is also an expanded form of the Lord. By worshipping the Archa Vigraha of the Lord, one can at once approach the Lord, who accepts the service of the devotee by his omnipotent energy, without any reproach. The Vigraha of the Lord descends by request of the acharyas, the holy teachers, and works exactly in the original way, by his omnipotent energy. Foolish people who have no knowledge of these mantras of Sri Ishopanishad or of any other Shruti mantras consider that the Shri Vigraha, who is worshipped by the pure devotees, is made of material elements. To the imperfect eyes of the foolish people or the Kanishta Adhikaris, this form is considered material. But such people with little knowledge do not know that the Lord, being omnipotent and omniscient, can transform matter into spirit and spirit into matter as he desires. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord regrets the fallen condition of men with little knowledge, who regard the body of the Lord as material, because he descends like a man into this world. Such poorly informed persons do not know the omnipotence of the Lord. To the mental speculators, therefore, the Lord does not manifest himself in fullness. He can be appreciated only in proportion to one's surrender to him. And the fallen condition of the living entities is due entirely to forgetfulness of our relationship with God. In this mantra, as well as in many others in the Vedas, it is clearly mentioned from time immemorial, the Lord is supplying. The living being, first of all, desires, and then the Lord supplies the object of desire in proportion to the degree of qualification. If a man wants to be a high court judge, he must not only have acquired the necessary qualifications, but he must also depend upon the disposition of the authority concerned, who can award the title of High Court Judge. Similarly, acquisition of the qualifications of a High Court Judge is not sufficient in order to occupy the post. This must be awarded by some superior authority. Similarly, the Lord awards enjoyment to the living being in proportion to his qualifications, in other words, by the law of karma. Those qualifications, however, are not sufficient without the mercy of the Lord. Ordinarily, the living being does not know what to ask for from the Lord, or what post to qualify himself for. When the living being knows his constitutional position, however, he asks to be accepted into the transcendental association of the Lord, in order to render transcendental loving service unto him. Instead of asking for this, the living being, under the influence of material nature, asks for many other things, and his mentality is described in the Bhagavad Gita as divided or splayed intelligence. Spiritual intelligence is one, but the opposite number is of many varieties. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, it is said that persons who are captivated by the temporary beauties of the external energy forget their real aim of life, which is to go back to Godhead. Forgetting this, one tries to adjust things by various plans and programs which are compared with the process of chewing already chewed refuse. But the Lord is so kind that He allows the forgetful living being to do so without interfering in his activities. If a living being wants to go to hell, the Lord allows him to do so without interference. And if he wants to go back to home, back to Godhead, the Lord also helps him to do that. Haribol. God is described here as Paribhuh, the greatest of all. No one is greater than or equal to him. Other living beings are described here as beggars, who ask from the Lord, and the Lord supplies their desirables. If other living entities were equal to the Lord in potency, or if they were omnipotent or omniscient, there would be no question of begging from the Lord even for so-called liberation. The real liberation of the living being is to go back to Godhead. Otherwise, liberation, as conceived by the impersonalist, remains a myth, and the begging business for sense gratification has to continue eternally, unless the beggar comes to his senses and realizes his constitutional position. Constitutional position. The Supreme Lord is self-sufficient. When Lord Krishna appeared on earth 5,000 years ago, he displayed the full manifestation of Godhead by various activities. In his childhood, he killed many powerful demons, and there was no question of acquiring such power by any extraneous endeavor. He lifted Govardhana hill without any practice of weightlifting. He danced with the gopis without any social restriction and without any reproach. Although the gopis approached him with feelings of amorous love, the mixing of the gopis and Lord Krishna has been worshipped even by Lord Chaitanya, who was a strict sannyasi and rigid follower of disciplinary regulations. To confirm this, Sri Ishopanishad says that he is antiseptic and prophylactic, pure and uncontaminate. He is antiseptic in the sense that even an impure thing, in the estimation of the mundane world, can become purified just by touching him. The word prophylactic refers to his association and is mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita. There it is said that a scrupulous devotee may appear in the beginning to be durachara, not well behaved, yet he is still to be accepted as pure, because he is on the right path. That is the prophylactic nature of the Lord's association. Haribol! The Lord is apapa-vidham, that is, nothing like sin can touch him. Even if he may do something which appears to be sinful, such actions are all good, as there is no question of the Lord's being affected by sin. In all circumstances, he is Shuddham, most purified, often compared to the sun. The sun extracts moisture from many untouchable places on the earth, and it itself remains pure. In fact, it purifies obnoxious things by its sterilizing effect. If the sun is so powerful, although only a material object, we can imagine the purity and strength of the all-powerful Lord. Haribol! Jai, we have completed mantra 8, and we shall stop here. The link to this book is in the description, and we shall see you tomorrow. Today were such important topics. This mantra I remember from Bhakti-sastri, from the course. This was one of the key mantras that we've discussed a lot, because this nature is discussed in the Sruti Veda, how the Lord is fulfilling everyone's desire. So next time somebody tells you thoughts can be materialized, or desires send the message to the universe, you're sending the message to the Lord, okay? Okay. Yes. And about this apapa-vidham, that how association with the Lord is prophylactic, antiseptic. This is just very, very key point. Thank you so much again for tuning in, and we shall see you next time. Haribol. Hare Krishna, and we're continuing with Sri Ishopanishad by His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupāda, page number 48, mantra 9. Andham tamah pravishanti ye vidyam upasate tato bhuya ivate tamo ya uvidyayam rata. Andham, gross ignorance, tama, darkness, pravishanti, enter into, ye, those, avidyam, nescience, upasate, worship, tata, further, bhuya, considered, eva, like, te, those, tama, darkness, ye, those, u, also, vidyayam, in the culture of knowledge, rata, engaged in. Translation: those who are engaged in the culture of nescient activities shall enter into the darkest region of ignorance. Worse still are those engaged in the so-called culture of knowledge. Purport. In this mantra there is a comparative study of vidya and avidya. Avidya, or ignorance, is undoubtedly dangerous, but vidya, or knowledge, when mistaken or misguided, is even more dangerous. In modern human civilization, this explanation of Sri Ishopanishad is more applicable than at any other time in the past. Modern civilization has advanced considerably in the matter of mass education, and yet the result is that people are more unhappy than before on account of too much stress on material advancement without any taste for the most important aspect of life, the spiritual aspect. As far as Vidya is concerned, the first mantra of Sri Ishopanishad has explained very clearly that the Supreme Lord is the proprietor of everything, and forgetfulness of this fact is called ignorance. The more a man forgets this fact of life, the more he is in darkness, and in view of this, a godless civilization directed toward the so-called advancement of education is more dangerous than a civilization in which the mass of people are less advanced. There are different classes of men, called karmis, gyanis, and yogis. The karmis are those who are engaged in the activities of sense gratification. Almost 99.9% of the people in modern civilization are engaged in the activities of sense gratification under the flags of various activities such as industrialism, economic development, altruism, political consciousness, and so on. But all these activities are more or less based on the satisfaction of the senses, without any reference to the sort of God consciousness described in the first mantra of Sri Ishopanishad. In the language of the Bhagavad Gita, people who are engaged in gross sense gratification are called mudhas, in darkness like the ass, the symbol of stupidity. People who are simply engaged in the pursuit of sense gratification without any real profit in life are, in the estimation of Sri Ishopanishad, worshipping avidya, and those who play the role of helping this sort of civilization in the name of educational advancement are doing more harm than those who are on the platform of gross sense gratification. The advancement of learning by the godless people is as dangerous as a valuable jewel on the hood of a cobra. The cobra decorated with such a valuable jewel is quite as dangerous as which is not so decorated. Again, the advancement of educational activities by a godless people is, according to the Bhakti Haribhakti Sudadoya, a decoration for a dead body. Krishna. I really love this analogy, actually. In India, as in many other countries, some people follow the custom of leading a procession with a decorated dead body for the pleasure of the lamenting relatives. In the same sense, modern civilization is a patchwork of activities meant to cover the perpetual miseries of material existence. Such activities are targeted toward sense gratification, but above the senses there is the mind, and above the mind there is the intelligence, and above the intelligence there is the soul. Therefore, the aim of education should be self-realization, realization of the spiritual values of the soul. Any education which does not lead to such a realization of life must be considered avidya, or nescience. And to culture such nescience means going down to the darkest region of ignorance. Such mistaken educators are known in the Vedic language by 4 names. First, Veda-vada rata. Second, Mayaya pahrita jnana. Third, Asuram bhavam. And fourth, Naradama. The Veda-vada rata people pose themselves as very learned in the Vedic literature, but unfortunately they are completely diverted from the purpose of the Vedas. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said that the purpose of the Vedas is to know the personality of Godhead. But these Veda-vada rata men are not at all interested in the personality of Godhead. On the contrary, they are fascinated by such results as the attainment of heaven. As is said in Mantra 1 of Sri Ishopanishad, we should know that the personality of Godhead is the proprietor of everything, and we must be satisfied with our allotted portion of the necessities of life. The purpose of the whole Vedic literature is to awaken this God consciousness in the forgetful living being, and the same principle is presented in various ways in the world's various scriptures for the understanding of foolish mankind. Thus, the ultimate purpose is to bring one back to Godhead. But the Veda-vada rata people, instead of realizing the purport of the Vedas, take it for granted that side issues such as the attainment of heavenly pleasure for sense gratification, the lust for which is the very cause of their material bondage in the first place, is the ultimate end of the Vedas. Such people misguide others by misinterpreting the Vedic knowledge, and sometimes they condemn the Puranas, which are authentic Vedic explanation for layman. The Veda-vada ratas make their own explanation of the Vedas, neglecting the authority of the great teachers called acharyas, and they tend to raise some unscrupulous person from among themselves as the leading exponent of Vedic knowledge. These men are especially condemned by this mantra of Sri Ishopanishad with the very appropriate Sanskrit word Vidya Rata. Vidya means knowledge, Veda, because the Veda is the original in all knowledge, and Rata means engaged. Vidya Rata means engaged in the study of the Vedas. As such, the so-called Vidya Ratas are condemned here because they do not know what the purpose of the Vedas is on account of disobeying the Acharyas. Such Vedavada Ratas are accustomed to finding meaning in every word of the Vedas to suit their own purposes. They do not know that the Vedic literature is not a collection of ordinary books and cannot be understood except through the chain of disciplic succession. One must approach a bona fide spiritual master in order to understand the transcendental message of the Vedas. That is the direction of the Katha Upanishad. But these Veda Vada Rata people have their own Acharya, who is not in the chain of transcendental disciplic succession. Thus, they will progress into the darkest region of ignorance by misinterpreting the Vedic literature, even more so than those who have no knowledge of the Vedas at all. The Mayaya Pahrita Jnana class of men are self-made gods. Such men think that they are themselves God, and there is no necessity of worshipping any other god. They will agree to worship an ordinary man if he happens to be rich, but will never worship the actual personality of Godhead. Such foolish men cannot recognize their own foolishness regarding the question of how God can ever have been entrapped by illusion. If God were ever entrapped by illusion, then illusion would be more powerful than God. But they also say that God is all-powerful. If God is all-powerful, then how can he be overpowered by illusion? The self-made gods cannot answer all these questions very clearly, but they are satisfied that they have become gods themselves. Haribol! Okay. So the link to this book is in the description, and we shall stop here because tomorrow we'll read mantra number 10. So thank you so much for tuning in today, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we are having a very special episode today because we have guests, and this is Bhavya and Shivansh. Say Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
And we're going to read and recite Bhagavad Gita shlokas. So stay tuned, and here we go.
Hare Krishna. Bhagavad Gita Shlok 1.1 Dhritarashtra Uvacha Dharm Kshetre Kurukshetre Samveta Yudsava Mamaka Pandavascheva Kim Kuruvat Sanjaya.
Translation. Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjaya, after my sons and the sons of Pandu assembled in the place of pilgrimage at Kurukshetra, desiring to fight, what did they do?
Bhagavad Gita 2.7 Karpanya doshopahata svabhava prachami tvam dharma sammure cheta yashcheyascha nishtitam bruhi tanme shishya deham shadi mam tvam prapanyam.
Translation. Now I am confused about my duty and have lost all composure because of miserly weakness. In this condition, I am asking you to tell me for certain what is best for me. Now I am your disciple, and the soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me.
Bhagavad Gita 2.12 Natvivaham jatu nasham natvam nime janadipah nachaiv na bhavishyamah sarve vahamahata param.
Never was there a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor all these kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be.
Hare Krishna. Bhagavad Gita shloka number 2.13 Dehino asmin yatha dehe komaram yogmanam jaraha tatha dehantar prapte dhirastatra namoyate.
Translation: As the embodied soul continuously passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into another body at death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change.
Hare Krishna. Bhagavad Gita Shlok 2.23 Nainam chinanti shastrani nainam dahati pavakah na chainam kledayantyapo na shoshayati marutah.
Translation: The soul can never be cut to pieces by any weapon, nor burned by fire, nor moistened by water, nor withered by the wind.
Bhagavad Gita 2.40 Neha brikmanashu asti pratyabhayo na vidyate swalpam apyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat.
Translation: In this endeavor there is no loss or diminution, and a little advancement on this path can protect one from the most dangerous type of fear.
Bhagavad Gita 18.78 Yatra Yogeshwara Krishno Yatro Partho Dhanurdhara Tatra Shir Vijayo Bhutir Dhruvani Tirmatir Mamaha.
Translation: Wherever there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will also certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power, and morality. That is my opinion. Hare Krishna, and we are here with the mother of these two beautiful Vaikuntha children, Bhavya and Shivansh. Hare Krishna, Deepmala Mataji.
Hare Krishna Mataji.
Mataji, how did they learn the shlokas of Bhagavad Gita at such a young age?
Mataji, it's all by grace of Her Grace Jyotika Mataji, who's conducting Vaikuntha Kids classes for kids very nicely. And in these classes, kids are learning shlokas, they are doing art and craft activities, they are learning dance also. So, not many activities are there. But Bhagavad Gita shloka, yes, at least one shloka they do once a week.
Wow, this is so beautiful. And I just wanted to ask you a standard question that we will be asking devotees on this podcast to basically encourage and to inspire whoever is listening to us to pick up and read Srila Prabhupada's book. So what was the first book that you have read of Srila Prabhupada, and when was that and how was that?
First book I came across by mercy of Srila Prabhupada was Bhagavad Gita as it is, and it was way back in 2007, and it was an eye-opener for me. And I find it very interesting also. Then I came in touch with Beyond Birth and Death and very beautiful Back to Godhead articles.
Jai. And what was the most recent book that you have read?
Recently I have read a small book by Srila Prabhupada, Krishna Consciousness, The Matchless Gift.
Oh, this is my favorite book. It's one of my most favorite books. Okay. And what is like your favorite book, or the book which inspires you like the most?
what can I say except Srimad Bhagavatam? This is a book which is, I relish reading Srimad Bhagavatam. It's full of wisdom, it's full of transcendental knowledge, and it's my favorite.
Jai, thank you so much for sharing with us and for your beautiful children. And Hare Krishna, Jai Prabhupada.
Jai Srila Prabhupada. Thanks, Mataji.
Hare Krishna, and we're continuing with Shri Ishopanishad by His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, Mantra 10, page number 53, and today is Gita Jayanti, and I hope everyone already heard the Gita Jayanti special episode that we posted yesterday, and today is the advent of Bhagavad Gita, and in this particular mantra, in the purport, Prabhupada refers to Bhagavad Gita a lot, so let us hope that you will not only hear Shri Ishopanishad, but you will get inspiration to receive your copy of Bhagavad Gita in the links we provided yesterday. So, let's begin. Anya devahur vidyaya, anya dahura vidyaya, iti shushru madhiranam, yenastad vichachakshire. Anyat, different. Eva, certainly. Ahu, said. Vidyaya, by culture of knowledge. Anyat, different. Ahu, said. Avidyaya, nescience. Iti, thus. Shushruma, heard. Dhiranam, from the sober sect. Ye, those. Na, to us. Tat, that. Vichachakshire, explained. Translation: the wise have explained to us that one result is derived from the culture of knowledge, and it is said that a different result is obtained from the culture of nescience. Purport: the culture of knowledge can be practically conducted in the following way, as is advised in the Bhagavad Gita, 13th chapter. There it is said that 1. One should become a perfect gentleman himself and learn to give proper respect to persons other than himself. 2. One should not pose himself as a religionist simply for the name and fame. 3. One should not become a source of anxiety to others by the actions of his body, mind, and words. 4. One should learn forbearance, even if there is provocation from others. 5. One should learn to avoid duplicity in his dealings with others. 6. One must have a bona fide spiritual master who can lead him gradually to the stage of spiritual realization. And to such an acharya or spiritual master he must submit himself with service and relevant questions. 7. One must follow the regulative principles enjoined in the revealed scriptures in order to approach the platform of self-realization. 8. One must be fixed up in the tenets of the revealed scriptures. 9. One should completely refrain from practices which are detrimental to the interest of self-realization. 10. One should not accept more than what he requires for the maintenance of the body. 11. One should not falsely identify himself with the material covering of the gross body, nor consider as his own those who are related with his body. 12. One should always remember that so long as he has a material body, he must face the miseries of repeated birth, death, old age, and disease. There is no use in making plans to get rid of these miseries of the material body. Woohoo! The best thing is to find out the means by which one may regain his spiritual identity. 13th, one should not be attached to more than the necessities of life required for spiritual advancement. 14th, one should not be more attached to wife, children, and home than it is ordained in the scriptures, in the revealed scriptures. 15. One should not be happy or distressed in regard to the desirables and undesirables created by the mind. 16. One should become an unalloyed devotee of the personality of Godhead, Shri Krishna, and serve him with rapt attention. 17. One should develop a feeling for residing in a secluded place with a calm and quiet atmosphere favorable for spiritual culture, and thus avoid congested places where the non-devotees congregate. 18. One should become a scientist or philosopher and make research into spiritual knowledge, not material knowledge, recognizing that spiritual knowledge is permanent, whereas material knowledge ends with the death of the body. These 18 items form a gradual process for developing real knowledge. Except for these 18 items, all other items, whatever, are grouped within the category of nescience. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, a great acharya, said that all the forms of the material knowledge are merely external features of the illusory energy, and by cultivating them, one becomes no better than an ass. Here in Shri Ishopanishad, the same principle is repeated. Material advancement of knowledge means actually converting a human being to the status of an ass. Some materialistic politicians, under cover of spiritual garments, do decry the present system of civilization as satanic. But unfortunately, they do not care for the culture of real knowledge, which is described in the Bhagavad Gita, and therefore they cannot change the satanic situation. In the modern setup of things, even a boy thinks himself self-sufficient and pays no respect to elderly men. Thus, due to the wrong type of education imparted by our universities, boys all over the world have become the cause of headache to the elderly people. Therefore, Shri Ishopanishad warns very strongly that the culture of nescience is different from that of knowledge. The universities are, so to speak, centers of nescience only, and therefore the scientists are busy discovering lethal weapons to wipe out the existence of other countries. University students today are not given instructions on the regulative principles of brahmacharya, the spiritual process of life, nor do they have any faith in the respective scriptural injunctions. Religious principles are taught for the sake of name and fame only, and not for the matter of practical action. Therefore, there is no animosity. There is animosity not only in the social and political fields, but in the field of religion as well. Nationalism in different parts of the world has also developed on account of this nascent education of the people. They have no information that this tiny earth is just a lump of matter floating in immeasurable material space along with many other lumps. In comparison to the vastness of space, these material lumps are like dust particles in the air. Because God has kindly made these lumps of matter complete in themselves, they are perfectly equipped with all necessary arrangements for floating on the space. Our Sputnik drivers are very proud of their achievements, but they do not look to the supreme driver of these greater, more gigantic Sputniks called planets. There are innumerable suns occupying space with innumerable arrangements of planetary systems. We, small creatures, as the infinitesimal parts and parcels of the Supreme Lord, are trying to dominate these unlimited planets by repeated birth and death, but are generally frustrated by old age and disease. This lifespan of human life is scheduled for about 100 years, although it is gradually decreasing to the limit of 20 or 30 years of life. Thanks to the culture of nascent education, befooled men have created their own nationalism within these planets in order to grasp at sense enjoyment for these few 20 or 30 years. Such foolish people are drawing up various plans to make some demarked portion of Earth as perfect as possible, which is ultimately ridiculous. And for this purpose, each and every nation has become a source of anxiety for the others. More than 50% of their energy is spoiled in defense measures, with no caring for the real culture of knowledge. And they are falsely proud of becoming advanced in both material and spiritual knowledge. Sri Ishopanishad warns of this faulty mode of education, and the Bhagavad Gita gives instructions as to the development of real knowledge. In this mantra, there's a hint that the instruction of Vidya, knowledge, must be gained from the Dhira. Dhira means undisturbed, not disturbed by material illusion. No one can become undisturbed unless and until he has perfect spiritual realization. When one is perfectly spiritually realized, he has no more hankering for anything acquired, nor does he lament for anything lost. Such a Dhira has realized that the material body and mind which he has acquired by chance, material association, are foreign elements. So, material association are foreign elements, and therefore he simply makes the best use of a bad bargain. Jai. Dhira makes the best use of a bad bargain. The material body and mind are bad bargains for the spiritual living entity. The living entity has different functions in the living world, but this material world is dead as long as the living spiritual sparks manipulate the dead lumps of matter. The dead world appears to be a living world, but actually it is the living souls, the parts and parcels of the Supreme living being, which move the world. The Dhiras are those who have come to know all these facts by hearing of them from superior authorities, and who have realized them by following the regulative principles. To follow the regulative principles, one must go under the shelter of a bona fide spiritual master. The transcendental message comes down from the spiritual master to the disciple with the regulative principles, and not in the haphazard way of nascent education. One can become adhira only by such submissive hearing from the personality of Godhead. The perfect disciple must be like Arjuna, and the spiritual master must be as good as the Lord himself. These are the processes of learning vidya, knowledge, from the dhira, the undisturbed. Adhira, one who has not undergone the training of adhira, cannot be an instructive leader. Modern politicians who pose themselves as dhiras are themselves adhiras. One cannot expect perfect knowledge from them. They're busy with their own remuneration in dollars and pounds. How can they lead the mass of people to the right path of self-realization? One must hear submissively from the dhira in order to get actual education in life. Haribol! Jai. So, this is the end of the mantra. We'll continue with mantra 11 tomorrow. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Please get your Bhagavad Gita and check out the Sri Ishopanishad in the link below. And we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we're continuing with Sri Ishopanishad by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupāda, page number 58, mantra 11. Vidyam cha yas tadvedo bhayam saha avidyayam rityum tirtva vidyayam ritam ashnute. Vidyam, knowledge in fact, cha, and, avidyam, nescience, cha, and, yah, a person, tad, that, veda, knows, ubhayam, both, saha, simultaneously, avidyaya, by culture of nescience, mrityum, repeated death, tirtva, transcending, vidyaya, by culture of knowledge, amritam, deathlessness, ashnute, enjoys. Translation: only one who can learn the process of nescience and that of transcendental knowledge side by side can transcend the influence of repeated birth and death, and enjoy the full blessing of immortality. Purport: since the start of the material world, everyone is trying for a permanent life. But the law of nature is so cruel that no one has avoided the hand of death. No one wants to die. That is a practical fact. Nor does anyone want to become old or diseased. But the law of nature does not allow anyone immunity from death, old age, or disease. The advancement of material knowledge has not solved these problems of life. Material science can discover the nuclear bomb to accelerate the process of death, but it cannot discover anything which can protect man from the cruel hands of death, disease, and old age. From the Puranas, we learn of the activities of Hiranyakashipu. This king was materially very much advanced, and by his material acquisitions, by the strength of his nescience, he wanted to conquer death. He underwent a type of meditation so severe that all the planetary systems became disturbed by his mystic powers. He forced the creator of the universe, the demigod, named Brahma, to come down to him, and then he asked him for the benediction of becoming an Amara, one who does not die. Brahma refused to award this because even he, the material creator, who has command over all the planets is not himself an amara. He has a long duration of life, as is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, but that does not mean that he doesn't have to die. Hiranya means gold, and Kashipu means soft bed. This gentleman was interested in these two things, money and women, and he wanted to enjoy the sort of life by becoming artificially immortal. He asked Brahma many things, indirectly in hopes of fulfilling his desire to become an Amara. He asked benediction that he might not be killed by any man, animal, god, or any living being within the categories of the 8,400,000 species. He also asked that he might not die on the land, in the air, in the water, or by any weapon whatsoever. So on and on, Hiranyakashipu thought foolishly that this would guarantee him against death. But in the end, although Brahma granted him all these benedictions, he was killed by the personality of Godhead in the form of half man and half lion. And no weapon was used to kill him except the nails of the Lord. He was killed on the lap of the wonderful living being who was beyond his conception. The whole point here is that even Hiranyakashipu, the most powerful of the materialists, could not become deathless by his various plans. What then will be accomplished by the tiny Hiranyakashipus of today, who make plans which are throttled from moment to moment? Sri Ishopanishad instructs us not to become one-sided, not to make one-sided attempts to win the struggle for existence. Everyone is struggling hard for existence, but the law of material nature is so hard and fast that it does not allow any to surpass it. In order to have permanent life, one must be prepared to go back to Godhead. This process of going back to Godhead is a different branch of knowledge, and it has to be learned from the revealed Vedic scriptures, such as the Upanishads, Vedanta, Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, etc. Therefore, to become happy in this life and to get a permanent blissful life after leaving this material body, one must take to this sacred literature and obtain transcendental knowledge. The conditioned living being has forgotten his eternal relation with God, and he has mistakenly accepted the temporary place of birth as all in all. The Lord has kindly delivered the above-mentioned scriptures in India and other scriptures in other countries to remind the forgetful human being that his home is not here in the material world. The living being is a spiritual entity, and he can only be happy by returning to his spiritual home with the Godhead. The personality of Godhead from his kingdom sends his bona fide representatives, servants, to propagate this mission of going back to Godhead. And sometimes he comes himself to do this work. All living beings are his beloved sons, his parts and parcels, and therefore God is more sorry than we ourselves are for the sufferings which we're constantly undergoing in the material condition. The miseries of the material world are also indirect reminders of our incompatibility with dead matter, and intelligent living entities generally take note of these reminders and side by side engage themselves in the culture of Vidya, or transcendental knowledge. Human life is the best opportunity for the culture of spiritual knowledge. And the human being who does not take advantage of this opportunity in human life is called a Naradama, the lowest of human beings. Wow. The path of avidya, or material advancement of knowledge for sense gratification, means repetition of death and repetition of birth also. The living entity, as he is spiritually, has no birth or death. Birth and death are concerned with the outward covering of the spirit soul, the body. This is compared with the putting on and taking off of outward garments. Foolish human beings who are grossly absorbed in the culture of avidya, nescience, do not mind this cruel process, but being enamored by the beauty of the illusory energy, they do the same things over repeatedly without learning any lesson from the law of nature. The culture of Vidya, or transcendental knowledge, is essential for the human being. Unrestricted sense enjoyment in the diseased material condition of the senses must be restricted as far as possible. Unrestricted sense enjoyment in this bodily condition is the path of ignorance and death. We can all agree with that, right? Unrestricted, like overdoing something. The living entities are not without spiritual senses. Every living being in his original spiritual form has all the senses, which are now material, covered by the body and the mind. Activities of the material senses are perverted reflections of spiritual pastimes. The engagement of the spirit soul under the material covering is the diseased condition of the soul. And the real sense enjoyment is possible when the disease is removed. In our pure spiritual form, freed from all material contamination, pure enjoyment of the senses is possible. The aim of life should, therefore, not be perverted sense enjoyment, but should be to cure the material disease. Aggravating the material disease is no sign of knowledge. It is the sign of culturing avidya, ignorance. The degree of a fever must not be increased from 105 to 107 for good health. The degree is to be reduced to the normal state of 98.6. That should be the aim of human life. The modern trend of material civilization is to increase the degree of the feverish material condition, which has therefore reached the point of 107 in the form of atomic energy, with the foolish politicians crying that at any moment the world may go to hell. That is the result of the advancement of material knowledge and of the neglect of the most important part of life, the culture of spiritual knowledge. Here is a warning in Ishopanishad that we must not follow such a dangerous path leading to death. On the contrary, we must, side by side, develop the culture of spiritual knowledge, so that we may become completely free from the cruel hands of death. This does not mean that all civic activities for the maintenance of the body should be stopped. There is no question of stopping activities, as there is no question of wiping out one's temperature altogether when trying to recover from a disease. Oh, this is beautiful. This is so true. Many times people think that to become a devotee, to become a spiritual person, you have to not do anything. Okay, we have already tried to explain the matter by the expression to make the best use of a bad bargain. The culture of spiritual knowledge has to be done with the help of this body and mind, and therefore maintenance of the body and mind is required if we are to reach our goal. Haribol! The normal temperature should be maintained at 98.6 degrees, but it should not be foolishly increased to the degree of 107. The great sages and saints of India wanted to maintain the normal temperature by a balanced program of material and spiritual knowledge. They never allowed the misuse of human intelligence for diseased sense gratification. Human activities diseased by a temperament of sense gratification have been regulated in the Vedas under the principles of salvation. The system is found in 4 divisions: religion, economic development, sense gratification, and salvation. At the present moment, the people have no interest either in religion or salvation. They have only one aim in life: sense gratification, and in order to fulfill this, they have different plans for economic development. Misguided man thinks that religion should be maintained for its contribution to economic development, and that economic development is required for sense gratification. And in order to guarantee further sense gratification after death in heaven, there is some system of religious observances. But this is not the purpose of the principles of salvation. The path of religion is actually for self-realization. Economic development is required just to maintain the body in a sound, healthy condition. A man should live in a healthy condition of life with a sound mind just to realize Vidya, true knowledge, which is the aim of human life. This life is not meant for working like an ass, or for the culture of avidya, or for sense gratification. The path of Vidya is most perfectly presented in the Srimad Bhagavatam. The Bhagavatam directs a human being to utilize his life in the matter of inquiring about the absolute truth. The absolute truth is realized step by step as Brahman, Paramatma, and at last Bhagavan, the personality of Godhead. This absolute truth is realized by the broad-minded man who has attained knowledge and detachment, having followed the 18 principles of the Bhagavad Gita described above in the previous episode, right? The central point in these 18 principles is the attainment of transcendental, devotional service to the personality of Godhead. Therefore, it is recommended for all classes of men to learn the art of devotional service to the Lord. Religiousness, economic development, and sense gratification, without the aim of attaining devotional service to the Lord, are all different forms of nescience, as will be shown hereafter in Sri Ishopanishad. Thus, to culture Vidya especially in this age, one must always hear and chant and worship with concentrated attention, targeted on the personality of Godhead, who is the Lord of the Transcendentalists. Haribol! I really love this purport because it has to do exactly to the present, like it's very convenient at the present moment, right? With all this health issues going on in the world in 2020. We're concluding 2020 in 5 days, and we should really think and reflect on why do we really need a healthy condition of life. Do we need it to increase our temperature of unrestricted sense enjoyment and then repeated birth and death, or do we need a healthy condition of life with a sound mind to realize true knowledge and to follow the path of self-realization? Something to think about. Thank you so much for tuning in today. The link to this book is in the description as always, and yes, we shall continue tomorrow with mantra 12. So stay tuned. Haribol. Hare Krishna, and we are back with Sri Ishopanishad by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupāda, page number 65, mantra 12. Andam tamam pravishanti ye sambhutim upasate tato bhuya ivate tamo yau sambhutyam rata. Andam, ignorance. Tama, darkness. Pravishanti, do enter into. Ye, those. Asambhutim, demigods. Upasate, do worship. Tataha, more than that. Bhuya, again. Eva, like that. Te, who. Tama, darkness. Ye, those. U, also. Sambhutyam, in the absolute. Rata, engaged. Translation: those who are engaged in the worship of demigods. Uno momento. Yes. Those who are engaged in the worship of demigods enter into the darkest region of ignorance, and still more so do the worshippers of the Absolute. Purport. The Sanskrit word asambhuti means those who have no independent existence. Sambhuti is the absolute personality of Godhead, who is absolutely independent of everything. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, the absolute personality of Godhead, Shri Krishna, positively describes himself in the following words. I am the supreme cause of the powers delegated to the demigods, the great sages and the mystics. And because these are endowed with limited powers, it is very difficult for them to know how I appear myself by my own internal potency in the form of a man. All philosophers and great rishis or mystics try to distinguish the absolute from the relative by their tiny brain power. However, this can only help them to reach the point of negating relativity without realizing any positive trace of the absolute. Wow, my God. This is so true. Definition of the absolute by negation is not a complete concept. Such negative definitions lead one to create a concept of his own and one then imagines that the Absolute must be formless and without qualities. But these negations are simply the opposite numbers of the relative forms and qualities, and are themselves therefore relative. By such a concept of the Absolute, one can at the utmost reach to the impersonal effulgence of God, known as Brahman. But one cannot make further progress to the stage of Bhagavan, the personality of Godhead. Such mental speculators do not know that Krishna is the absolute personality of Godhead, and that the impersonal Brahman is the glaring effulgence of his transcendental body, while Paramatma, the Supersoul, is his all-pervading representation. They do not know that Krishna has his eternal form with transcendental qualities of eternal bliss and knowledge. The dependent demigods and great sages imperfectly realize him as one of the powerful demigods, but they consider that the Brahman effulgence is the ultimate absolute truth. Krishna's devotees, however, who by dint of their unalloyed devotion surrender unto him, can know that he is the absolute person, and that everything emanates from him only. Such devotees continuously render loving service unto Krishna, the fountainhead of everything. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is also said that only bewildered persons, driven by a strong desire for sense gratification, worship the demigods for the satisfaction of temporary problems. A temporary relief from a certain difficulty by the grace of some demigod is the demand of less intelligent persons. The living being is in the material entanglement, and he has to be relieved from material bondage entirely to obtain permanent relief on the spiritual plane, where eternal bliss, life, and knowledge exist. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said that the worshippers of the demigods can go to the planets of the respective demigods. The moon worshippers can go to the moon, the sun worshippers can go to the planet of the sun, and so on. Modern scientists are now trying to go to the moon with the help of rockets, which is not really a new attempt. The human being with his advanced consciousness is naturally inclined to travel in outer space and to reach other planets, either by Sputniks, by mystic powers, or by worshipping the particular predominating deity on that planet. In the Vedic scriptures, it is said that one can reach other planets in any of the ways mentioned above, most generally by worshipping the demigod presiding over the particular planet. But these planets are temporary residential places. The only permanent planets are the Vaikuntha Lokas, found in the spiritual sky, where the personality of Godhead predominates. The Bhagavad Gita confirms this as follows, quote, "Even though one may rise to the highest planet, Brahmaloka, one has to come back. But if someone attains to me in the spiritual world, he doesn't have to take birth again." Haribol! Yes, Sri Ishopanishad, unquote. Sri Ishopanishad suggests that one remains in the darkest region by hovering over the material planets, whatever his means may be. The whole universe is covered by the gigantic material elements, just like a coconut ball half filled with water. As it is airtight and fully covered, the darkness within is dense, and therefore planets like the sun and the moon are required to illuminate the inside of the universe. Outside the universe, there is a vast expansion of unlimited Brahma-jyoti space, full of Vaikuntha lokas. The biggest and the highest planet in the Brahma-jyoti is the Krishna Loka, or Galoka Vrindavan, where the personality of Godhead Shri Krishna resides. Lord Shri Krishna never quits the Vaikuntha, the Krishna Loka, where he dwells with his eternal associates. And yet he is omnipresent throughout the complete material and spiritual cosmic situation. This fact has already been explained in Mantra 4 of Sri Ishopanishad. The Lord is present everywhere, as the sun is. A man can move through space with the highest possible speed, and still he will find that the sun is there, although the sun is situated in its own undeviating orbit. The problem of life cannot be solved by going to the moon. There are many pseudo-worshippers who become religionists for the sake of name and fame only. Such pseudo-religionists do not wish to get out of this universe and reach the spiritual sky. They want only to maintain the status quo in the material world under the garb of worshipping the Lord. This is so true. I'm sorry, this is a little, triggered. You just look around. Sometimes you can even, find this in your own self, that, you're a pseudo-religionist. You're just trying to maintain your status quo in the material world under the garb of worshipping the Lord. So bad. And the atheists and the impersonalists lead such foolish pseudo-religionists into the darkest regions by preaching the cult of atheism. The atheist directly denies the existence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and the impersonalist, supports the atheist by preaching the impersonal existence of the Supreme Lord. Yes. Nirvishesha shunyavadi. Let's just again read this sentence. The atheist directly denies the existence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and the impersonalist supports the atheist by preaching that the impersonal existence, about the impersonal existence of the Supreme Lord. Like the Lord is there, but he's not a person. As far as we have gone through Sri Ishopanishad, we have not come across any mantra where the personality of Godhead is denied. It is said that he can run faster than anyone. Those who are running after the planets are certainly persons, and if the Lord can run faster than them, than any of them, why should he be considered impersonal? The impersonal conception of the Supreme Lord is another phase of ignorance, due to an imperfect vision of the absolute truth. And so the ignorant pseudo-religionists, the manufacturers of so-called incarnations, directly violating the Vedic injunctions, are liable to enter into the darkest region of the universe on account of their business of misleading those who follow them. These impersonalists generally pose themselves as incarnations of God, to the foolish, who have no knowledge of the Vedic wisdom. And if such foolish men have any knowledge at all, it is more dangerous in their hands than ignorance itself. Such impersonalists do not even worship the demigods, as is recommended in the scriptures. In the scriptures, there is a recommendation for worshipping the demigods under different circumstances. But at the same time, it is said that there is no real need for this. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is clearly stated that the results of worshipping the demigods are not permanent. The whole material world is not permanent, and therefore anything achieved here within the darkness of material existence is also impermanent. The problem then is how to obtain real and permanent life. The Lord states that as soon as one reaches Him by devotional service, which is the one and only way to approach the personality of Godhead, there is complete freedom from the bondage of birth and death. In other words, the path of salvation, or getting out of the material clutches, fully depends on the principles of knowledge and detachment. Haribol! And the pseudo-religionists have neither knowledge nor detachment from material affairs. Most of them want to continue in the golden shackles of material bondage, under the shadow of altruistic or philanthropic activities, and in the name of religious principles. By false religious sentiments, they present a make-show of devotional service, indulging in all sorts of immoral principles, and still pass as spiritual masters and devotees of God. Oh, we have seen those. This is also something that, everybody should really be aware of, because I feel like Kali Yuga is all about the followers, and really who are we following? Such violators of religious principles have no respect for the authoritative acharyas, the holy teachers in the strict disciplic succession. And to mislead the people in general, they themselves become so-called acharyas without even following the principles of the acharyas. These rogues in human society are the most dangerous elements, and for want of religious government, they pass on without being punished by the law of the state. They cannot, however, avoid the law of the Supreme, who has clearly declared in the Bhagavad Gita that these envious demons in the garb of religious propagandists shall be thrown down into the darkest region of hell. It is confirmed in Sri Ishopanishad that the pseudo-religionists are heading down toward the most obnoxious place in the universe after finishing with their spiritual mastership business, which is simply for the matter of sense gratification. Haribol! Oh, I really love this mantra and this purport. It's something that really sheds some light and pacifies the ache in the heart. Okay, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm sure you also love this purport. No, none of us like to be cheated, isn't it? Okay, so we shall continue tomorrow with mantra 13, and the link to this book is in the description. Send it to everyone, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we're back with Sri Ishopanishad. By His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupāda. Page number 70, mantra 13. Anya devahu sambhavad, anya dahu asambhavat, iti shushrumadhiranam, yenastadvircha chakshire. Anyat, different. Eva, certainly. Ahu, it is said. Sambhavat, by worshipping the Supreme Lord, the cause of all causes. Anyat, different. Ahu, it is said. Asambhavat, by worshipping what is not the Supreme. Iti, thus. Shushruma, I heard it. Dhiranam, from the undisturbed authorities. Yea, those. Na, unto us. Tat, about that subject matter. Vichachakshire, perfectly explained. Translation. It is said that one result is obtained by worshipping the supreme cause of all causes, and that another is obtained by worshipping what is not the supreme. All that was heard from the undisturbed authorities who clearly explained it. So all this was heard from the undisturbed authorities who clearly explained it. Purport. In this mantra of Sri Ishopanishad, the system of hearing from the undisturbed authorities is confirmed. Unless one hears from the bona fide Acharya, who is never disturbed by the changes of the material world, one cannot have the real key to transcendental knowledge. The bona fide spiritual master, who has also heard the Shruti mantras or Vedic knowledge from his undisturbed Acharya, never manufactures or presents anything which is not mentioned in the Vedic literature. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is clearly said that the worshippers of the Pitris or forefathers reach the forefathers. The gross materialists who make plans to remain here in this world remain here. And the devotees of the Lord who worship none but Lord Krishna, the supreme cause of all causes, reach him in his abode in the spiritual sky. Here also in Sri Ishopanishad, it is said that different results are achieved by different modes of worship. If we worship the Supreme Lord, certainly we will reach the Supreme Lord in his eternal abode. And if we worship demigods like the sun and moon, we can reach these respective planets without any doubt. And if we want to remain here on this wretched planet with our planning commissions and our stopgap political adjustments, we can certainly do so as well. Nowhere in authentic scriptures is it said that whatever you do and whatever you worship, you will ultimately reach the same goal. Such foolish theories are offered by self-made masters who have no connection with the parampara, the bona fide system of disciplic succession. The bona fide spiritual master cannot say that for everyone who has his own mode of worship, be it worship of the demigods or of the Supreme, it leads to the same goal. For a common man, it is very easy to understand that a person starting by train from Bombay can reach the destination for which he has purchased his ticket, and nowhere else. A person who has purchased a ticket for Calcutta can reach Calcutta. But contemporary so-called masters preach that whatever spiritual ticket you may purchase, it will take you to the supreme goal. Such mundane and compromising offers attract many foolish creatures to become puffed up with their manufactured methods of spiritual realization. But the Vedic instruction doesn't uphold them. Unless one has received knowledge from the bona fide spiritual master, one who is in the recognized line of disciplic succession, one cannot have the real thing as it is. The Bhagavad Gita says, quote, "Thus, O chastiser of the foe, the yoga principles of the Gita were known to the great kings. But the parampara system being broken, these principles appear to be lost." Now these principles appear to be lost. When Lord Sri Krishna was present in this world, the Bhakti Yoga principles defined in the Bhagavad Gita had become distorted. And so the Lord had to re-establish the disciplic system, beginning with Arjuna, who was the most confidential friend and devotee of the Lord. The Lord clearly said to Arjuna that it was because he was his devotee and friend that the principles of the Gita were understandable to him. In other words, no one can understand the Gita who is not a devotee and friend of the Lord. This means that only one who follows the path of Arjuna can understand the Gita. At the present moment, there are many interpreters of the sublime knowledge, sublime dialogue, who have nothing to do with Arjuna or Lord Krishna. They interpret the verses of the Bhagavad Gita in their own ways and postulate all sorts of rubbish in the name of the Gita. Such interpreters believe neither in Sri Krishna nor in his eternal abode. So then, what can they explain about the Bhagavad Gita? The Gita clearly says that only those who have lost their senses worship the demigods. Krishna ultimately advises that one should give up all other ways and modes of worship and surrender unto him only. Those persons who are cleansed of all sinful reactions can have such unflinching faith in the Supreme Lord. Others will continue hovering over the material sphere with their paltry ways of worship and thus will be misled from the real path, understanding the false under the false impression that all paths lead to the same goal. In this mantra, the Sanskrit word sambhavat, worship of the Supreme Cause, is very significant. Lord Krishna is the original personality of Godhead, and everything that exists has emanated from him. In the Gita, the Lord explains himself. He says that he is the creator of everyone, including Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. And because these three principal deities of the material world are created by the Lord, he is the creator of all that exists in the material and spiritual worlds. In the Atharva Veda, it is similarly said that one who existed before the creation of Brahma and one who enlightened Brahma with Vedic knowledge is Lord Sri Krishna. Quote, "The Supreme Person desired to create the living entities, and thus Narayana created all the beings. From Narayana, Brahma was born. Narayana created all the Prajapatis. Narayana created Indra. Narayana created the 8 Vasus. Narayana created the 11 Rudras. Narayana created the 12 Adityas." unquote. This Narayana being the plenary manifestation of Lord Krishna, Narayana and Krishna are one and the same. There are later readings also which say that the same Supreme Lord is the son of Devaki. His childhood with Devaki and Vasudeva and his identity with Narayana have also been confirmed by Shripad Shankaracharya, even though Shankara does not belong to the Vaishnava or personalist cult. There are still other readings, also in the Atharva Veda, such as this, quote, "Only Narayana existed in the beginning, and there was no existence of Brahma or Shiva, nor of Agni, the fire, nor of water. There were no stars, there was no sun, no moon. He does not remain alone. He creates as he desires." Unquote. I'm sorry about the knocks if you are hearing them. The Moksha Dharma. In the Moksha Dharma, it is said, quote, "I created the Prajapatis and the Rudras. They have not complete knowledge of me, because they are also covered by my illusory energy." Unquote. In the Varaha Purana, it is said, quote, "Narayana is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and from him the four-headed Brahma became manifested, as also did Rudra, who later became omniscient." Unquote. Yeah, reading these quotes reminded me how back when I was in like 4th or 5th grade, in history class in Russia, during history class we were reading about India, and in the book, in our school book, it was described how Indians are like pantheism is there basically, and there were these principal deities, Brahma, Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva, and Lord Vishnu. So like the kids basically everywhere in Russia, they are taught that Indians are pantheists, which is actually not the fact. It's really not the fact. Thus, all Vedic knowledge, all Vedic literature will confirm this view that Narayana or Krishna is the cause of all causes. In the Brahma Samhita also it is said that the Supreme Lord is Sri Krishna. He is Govinda. He is Govinda, the delighter of every living being, and he is the primeval cause of all causes. The really learned person will know all this by the evidence of great sages and the Vedas, and will thus decide to worship Lord Krishna as all in all. Persons are called Buddha or really learned, who fasten themselves only to the worship of Sri Krishna. This conviction can be established when one hears the transcendental message from the undisturbed Acharya with faith and love. One who has no faith in or love for Lord Krishna cannot be convinced of the simple truth. Such faithless persons are described in the Bhagavad Gita as mudhas, foolish as the ass. It is said that the mudhas deride the personality of Godhead because they don't have complete knowledge from the undisturbed Acharya. One who is disturbed by the whirlpool movements of the material energy is not qualified to become an Acharya. This is very, very beautiful. Beautiful. I won't say interesting and beautiful. I said beautiful. Okay. Undisturbed. Undisturbed. Dhira, undisturbed. So that's why, right, when somebody's too emotional and panicking and, hysterical, you don't really find them to be like, the source of the absolute truth and perfect knowledge, isn't it? Because you immediately think that, okay, first of all, they're biased. Second of all, they are, they're not acting with a cold head. Like, my husband is a doctor, and one thing that really struck me one time when I got really hurt, and I was expecting to hear some kind of, some kind of like emotional support, but he began acting like with a cold head, like thinking what should be done, like calling the specialist and that, and I felt like, emotionally unsupported. Then he explained to me that actually, they're trained as doctors to, have a cold head in these situations, because if you will be all emotional, then you can't really do what is the best for the patient. So all of this makes sense. Okay. Right, so one who is disturbed by the whirlpool movements of the material energy is not qualified to become an acharya. Before hearing the Gita, Arjuna was disturbed by this whirlpool, the reaction of family, society, and community affection, and thus he wanted to become a philanthropist and a non-violent man of the world. But when he became Buddha, by hearing the Vedic knowledge of the Bhagavad Gita from the Supreme Person, he changed his decision and became a worshipper of Lord Sri Krishna, who had himself designed the battle of Kurukshetra. Arjuna worshipped the Lord by fighting with his so-called relatives, and thus became a pure devotee of the Lord. Such achievements are possible only by worshipping the real Krishna, and not by worshipping some fabricated Krishna, inaugurated by foolish people who are without knowledge of the intricacies of the science of Krishna described in the Gita and in the Srimad Bhagavatam. According to the Vedanta Sutra, the Sambhuta is the source of birth and sustenance, and the reservoir after annihilation. The Srimad Bhagavatam, the natural commentary upon the Vedanta Sutras, by the same author, comments that the source of all emanations is not a dead stone, but is abhigya, or fully conscious. Therefore, the primeval Lord Sri Krishna says in the Gita that he is fully conscious of the past, the present, and the future. And no one, including demigods such as Shiva and Brahma, knows him fully. Those who are disturbed by the tides of material existence cannot know him fully. Such half-educated spiritual masters try to make some compromise and make the mass of human beings the object of worship. They do not know that such worship of the masses is not possible, nor are the masses perfect. This is something like pouring water on the leaves of the tree instead of watering the root. The natural process of worship is to pour water on the root of the tree from which the leaves grow. But today's disturbed leaders become more attracted by the leaves than the root, and therefore, in spite of perpetually watering the leaves, all is drying up for want of nourishment. Sri Ishopanishad advises us to pour water on the root, the source of all germination. Worshipping the mass population by rendering bodily service, which can never be perfect, is less important than service to the soul. The soul is the root generating different types of bodies in terms of the law of karma or material reaction. To serve only the human being by medical aids, social amenities, and educational facilities, while cutting the throats of poor animals in the slaughterhouses, does not add up to any valid service to the living beings. The living being is perpetually suffering from the material disease of birth, death, old age, and disease in different types of body. The human form of life is a chance to get out of this entanglement of material existence. This can be done simply by re-establishing the lost relationship of the living entity with the Supreme Lord. And the Lord comes personally to teach us this philosophy of surrender unto the Supreme, the Sambhutam. Real service to the mankind is to teach surrender unto the Supreme Lord and to worship Him only, with full love and energy. That is the instruction of Sri Ishopanishad in this mantra. The simple way to worship the Supreme Lord in this age of disturbance, the age of disturbance, okay, is to hear and chant about His great activities. The mental speculators, however, think of the activities of the Lord as imaginary, and therefore they refrain from any such hearing process and invent some jugglery of words without any substance to divert the attention of the poor innocent mass of people. Instead of hearing the activities of Lord Krishna, they prefer to advertise themselves by inducing their followers to sing about the pseudo-spiritual master. In modern times, the number of such pretenders has increased in considerable numbers, and it has become a problem for the pure devotees of the Lord to save the mass of people from the unholy propaganda of these pretenders and imitation incarnations of God. The Upanishads indirectly draw our attention to the primeval Lord Sri Krishna, and the Bhagavad Gita, which is the summary of all Upanishads, directly points out Sri Krishna. One should therefore hear about Krishna as he is in the Gita or in the Srimad Bhagavatam, and that will gradually help him in cleansing his mind of all contaminated things. We should really not take this lightly, honestly. Like sometimes, many times actually, like you read and then you come across these, like Prabhupada always points out, Shravanam, Kirtanam, hearing and chanting. And we accept it, but like how many times a day or how many hours a day do we actually hear, and how much of what we hear is actually glorifications of Krishna? Because honestly, if you actually do it with love and faith, then it's actually working. Like really, it's working. I just recently had a situation where like my like physically and emotionally it was very challenging, but somehow like it went past me by, you can say, like in a way that I just felt myself to be so like internally, like I'm not trying to, you know, like I don't know, brag about anything, but I'm just saying that I'm just so grateful that to Srila Prabhupada, that he has given to us the perfect formula and he has explained to us the essence of spiritual practice and bhakti yoga, because really it makes life so much easier. I mean, it really eliminates the sufferings and really makes you closer to becoming who you really are. Okay. The Bhagavatam says, quote, by hearing the activities of the Lord, one draws the attention of the Lord towards the devotee. And the Lord, being situated in the heart of every living being, helps the devotee by giving him proper direction, unquote. The Bhagavad Gita also confirms this. Haribol! This inner direction of the Lord cleanses the heart of the devotee of all dirty things, which are produced by the material modes of passion and ignorance. The non-devotees are under the direction of passion and ignorance. By passion, one cannot become detached from material affinity, and by ignorance, one cannot know what he actually is and what the Lord is. Okay, the last time I will interrupt. I was reading recently Bhagavad Gita, 11th canto, with the commentaries of Srila Jiva Goswami, that's Krama Sandarbha. And I really like how passion and ignorance, that Rajaguna and Tamaguna, it was translated as violent and foolish. Like Raja's passion is a violent person, and the ignorance, like the Tamaguna, is the foolish person. And Sattva Guna, and what to speak of Shuddha Sattva, is a peaceful person. So, like right now, amidst 2020, and generally everyone's talking about peace, peacemaking, meditation for peace, but actually, become the devotee of the Lord. You will get all the peace and more. Yeah. And if people remain like complete non-devotees, like having no connection to the Lord, then it will be under direction of passion and ignorance. That's violence and that's foolishness. So, Haribol. Okay, last time I interrupted. Okay, we're concluding the purport. Thus, in the state of passion, there is no chance for self-realization, however much one may play the false part of a religionist. For a devotee, by the grace of the Lord, the modes of passion and ignorance are removed, and he at once becomes situated in the quality of goodness, the sign of a perfect Brahmana. This stage of Brahminical qualification can be earned by anyone and everyone, provided he follows the path of devotional service under the guidance of a bona fide spiritual master. The Bhagavatam says that any low-born living entity can be made purified under the guidance of a pure devotee of the Lord, because the Lord is so extraordinarily powerful. Haribo! Okay. The first sign of Brahminical qualification is that the candidate becomes happy and becomes enthusiastic in the matter of devotional service to the Lord. This unveils before him automatically all about the science of God. And thus, knowing the science of God, he gradually becomes loosened from his material attachments, and his doubtful mind becomes crystal clear by the grace of the Lord. In this stage only can one become a liberated soul and see the Lord in every step of life. That is the perfection of Sambhavat, as described in this mantra of Sri Ishopanishad. Haribo! There you go. First sign of Brahminical qualification, you become happy. Goodness, peace, everything. And this is not false propaganda. How do we convey it to everyone in the world? Okay. Jai. So, thank you so much for tuning in today, and we shall continue tomorrow with mantra 14. The link to this book is in the description. Share it with yourself, with everyone you know. Make the world a better place. Turn it into Vaikuntha. Yes. Okay. Yes, we shall see you tomorrow in the next episode. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we are continuing with Shri Ishopanishad by His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupāda. Jai. Page number 79, mantra 14. Sambhutim cha vinasham cha yastad vedobhyam saha vinashena mrityum tirtva sambhutyam ritamashnute. Sambhutim, the eternal personality of Godhead, His transcendental name, form, pastimes, qualities, paraphernalia, and the variegatedness of His abode, etc. Cha, and vinasham, and the temporary material manifestation of demigods, man, animals, etc., along with their false name, fame, etc. Cha, also, Yah, as they are. Tad, that. Veda, knows. Ubhayam, both. Saha, along with. Vinashena, everything liable to be vanquished. Mrityum, death. Tirtva, surpassing. Sambhutya, in the eternal kingdom of God. Amritam, deathlessness. Ashnute, enjoys. Translation. One should know perfectly well about the personality of Godhead and His transcendental name, as well as the temporary material creation with its temporary demigods, man and animals. When one knows these, he surpasses death and the ephemeral cosmic manifestation with it, and in the eternal kingdom of God, he enjoys his eternal life of bliss and knowledge. Purport. Human civilization, by its so-called advancement of knowledge, has created many material things, including space, capsules, and atomic energy. But it has failed to create a situation in which man need not die, take his birth again, become old, or suffer from diseases. Whenever these questions are raised by an intelligent man before a scientist, the scientist very cleverly replies that material science is progressing and that it will ultimately be possible to render man deathless and ageless. Such answers by material scientists prove their gross ignorance of material nature. In the material nature, everything is under the stringent laws of matter and must pass through 6 stages of existence: birth, growth, duration of life, transformation, deterioration, and death at last. Nothing that is in contact with material nature can be beyond the above-mentioned 6 laws of existence, and therefore no one, whether demigod, man, animal, or tree, can survive forever here in the material world. The duration of life may vary in different species. Lord Brahma, the chief living being within the material world, may continue his life for millions and millions of years, while the minute germs may live just for some hours. That doesn't matter. No one in this material world can survive eternally. Things here are born or created under certain conditions. They stay for some time, and if they have life, then they grow, create generations, then dwindle gradually, and at last are annihilated. By that law, even Brahmas, there are millions of Brahmas in different universes, each one bigger than the last, are all liable to death either today or tomorrow. Therefore, the whole material world is called Martyaloka, the place of death. The material scientists and politicians are trying to make this place deathless because they have no information of the deathless spiritual nature due to their ignorance of the Vedic literature. The Vedic literature is full of knowledge matured by experience. But modern man is averse to receive knowledge from the Vedas, Puranas, and other scriptures. In the Vishnu Purana, we have information that Lord Vishnu, the personality of Godhead, possesses different energies, known as Para, superior, and Apara, or Avidya, inferior. The material energy in which we are at present involved is called the Avidya, inferior energy, and the material creation is made possible by such energy. But there is another, superior energy, called the Parashakti, where everything is different from this material, inferior energy. That nature is the eternal or deathless creation of the Lord. All the material planets, upper, lower, and intermediate, including the Sun, Moon, and Venus, are scattered over the universe. These planets exist only during the lifetime of Brahma. Some lower planets, however, are vanquished after the end of one day of Brahma, and they are again recreated during the next daytime of Brahma. Time calculation on the upper planets is different from that of ours. One of our years is equal to 24 hours, or 1 day and night, on many of the upper planets. The 4 ages of Earth, Satya, Treta, Dvapara, Kali, make a duration of 22,000 years and 5 months in terms of the time of these upper planets. Such a length of time multiplied by 1,000 is 1 day of Brahma, and 1 night of the Brahma is the same. With such days and nights accumulating into months and years, Brahma's life is estimated at 100 years. And at the end of his life, the complete universal manifestation becomes vanquished. The living beings residing in the Sun and Moon, as well as those in the Martyaloka system, which includes this Earth and many planets below the Earth, are all merged into devastating water during the night time of Brahma. During this time, no living beings or species of life remain manifested, although spiritually they continue to exist. This non-manifested stage is called avyakta. And again, when the entire universe is vanquished at the end of Brahma's life, there is an avyakta state. Avyakta. Right, so the non-manifested stage, when living beings are spiritually existing but materially not, it's avyakta. But beyond these two non-manifested states, there is another, spiritual atmosphere or nature, where there is a great number of spiritual planets existing eternally, even when all the planets within this material universe are vanquished. The cosmic manifestation within the jurisdiction of the various Brahmas is a display of 1/4 the energy of the Lord, and this energy is called inferior. The spiritual nature beyond the jurisdiction of Brahma is called Tripada Vibhuti, 3/4 the energy of the Lord, and is the superior energy, or Para Prakriti. The predominating Supreme Person in the spiritual nature is Lord Sri Krishna. He can be approached only by unqualified devotional service. Unqualified devotional service. I think there's a misprint. Okay. And not by anything else, such as the process of jnana, philosophy, and yoga, mysticism, much less that of karma, fruitive work. The karmis, or fruitive workers, can elevate themselves to the Svarga Loka planets, including the sun and the moon. Jnanis and yogis can reach still higher planets, such as the Brahma Loka, and becoming still more qualified by devotional service, they are allowed to enter into the spiritual nature. So qualified devotional service. They are allowed to enter into the spiritual nature either in the illuminating cosmic atmosphere of the spiritual sky, the Brahman, or on the planets according to qualification. It is certain, however, that no one can enter into the spiritual planets called Vaikunthas without being trained in devotional service. On the material planets, everyone, from Brahma down to the ant, is trying to lord it over material nature, and this is called the material disease. As long as this material disease continues, the living entity has to undergo the process of changing bodies, whether in the form of a demigod, a man, or an animal. And ultimately, he has to endure the unmanifested condition during the two kinds of devastations, the night of Brahma and at the end of Brahma's life. If we want to seize the process of repeated birth and death, and the concomitant factors of old age and disease, then we must try to enter into the spiritual planets. And Lord Krishna, by his plenary expansions, is the dominating figure on each and every one of them. No one can predominate over Lord Krishna. And anyone trying to predominate over material nature is called a conditioned soul, being subject to the laws of material nature, suffering the pangs of repeated birth and death. The Lord comes here to re-establish the principles of religion, and the basic principle is to develop the attitude of surrender towards Him. The Lord teaches this in the last portion of the Bhagavad Gita, but foolish men have tactfully misinterpreted this prime teaching and have misled the people in diverse ways. They have been urged to open hospitals but are not interested in educating themselves to enter into the spiritual kingdom by devotional service. They have been taught to take interest only in temporary relief work, which can never bring about real happiness for the living entity. They start varieties of public and semi-governmental institutions for tackling the devastating power of nature, but they don't know how to pacify insurmountable nature. Many men are advertised as great scholars of the Bhagavad Gita, but they overlook the factual method presented there to pacify material nature. Powerful nature can only be pacified by the awakening of God consciousness. as is clearly mentioned in the Gita. Sri Ishopanishad, however, teaches in this mantra that one must know both the Sambhuti and Vinasha perfectly, side by side. By knowing the Vinasha alone, the temporary material manifestation, you cannot save anything. In the course of nature, there is devastation at every moment. No one can be saved from these devastations by any efforts of hospital opening. They can be saved only by complete knowledge of the eternal life of bliss and awareness. Jai. The whole Vedic scheme is meant to educate man in this art of achieving eternal life. Haribol! Let's read this again. The whole Vedic scheme is meant to educate man in this art of achieving eternal life. People are often misguided by other temporarily attractive things based on sense gratification, but that sort of service which thus misleads them is most degraded. You must save your fellow man in the right sense. There's no question of liking or disliking the truth. It is there. If you want to be saved from repeated birth and death, you must take to the devotional service of the Lord. There can be no compromise in the matter of necessity. Wow, such a powerful conclusion. Yes, Jai. I really love this language. Like Srila Prabhupada, he's always very honest, you can say, just honest and truthful, and he's speaking it with compassion. That's why sometimes when he says like this is foolish, like it doesn't sound as like, offense, but it sounds as, just like 2 + 2 is not 5, okay? So it's not a matter of liking or disliking the truth, it's just there. Jai, so thank you so much for tuning in today, and the link to this book is in the description. Please check it out and share it with your friends, and we shall continue tomorrow with mantra 15. Oh, it will be a beautiful verse about the dazzling effulgence of the Lord. We're actually concluding the book in a few days, so stay tuned and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we are back with mantra 15 of Sri Ishopanishad by His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupāda, page number 85. Hiranmanyena patrena satyasya pihitam mukham tattvam pushanna pavrinu satya dharmaya drishtaye. Hiranmanyena by effulgence of light, patrena by dazzling covering, satyasya of the supreme truth, apihitam covered, mukham the face, tat that covering, tvam yourself, pushan o the sustainer, apavrinu kindly remove, satya pure, dharmaya unto the devotee, drishtaye for exhibiting. Translation. O my Lord, sustainer of all that lives, your real face is covered by your dazzling effulgence. Kindly remove that covering and exhibit yourself to your pure devotee. Purport. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord explains about His personal rays, called Brahma Jyoti, the dazzling effulgence of His personal form, as follows. Quote, I am the basis of the impersonal Brahman, which is immortal and imperishable, eternal, the constitutional position of ultimate happiness. Bhagavad Gita 14, 3.27, unquote. Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan are three angles of vision of the same absolute truth. Brahman is the phase of the absolute truth most perceptible to the beginner. Paramatman is the phase of the absolute truth, phase of the absolute truth for those who have progressed. And Bhagavan is the ultimate realization of the absolute truth. This is confirmed in the Gita, where the Lord says that He is the ultimate concept of the absolute truth. He is the source of Brahma Jyoti, as well as of the all-pervading Paramatma feature. As He says that He is the ultimate reservoir of the Brahma Jyoti, or impersonal conception of the absolute truth, so also He says in the Gita that there is no need of explaining His unlimited potency. It can be summarized in short that by His one plenary portion, the all-pervading Paramatma, He maintains the complete material cosmic manifestation, cosmic creation. And in the spiritual world also He maintains all manifestations. Therefore, in the Shruti mantra of Sri Ishopanishad, He is addressed as Pushan, the ultimate maintainer. The personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, is always full with transcendental bliss. When He was present at Vrindavan in India 5,000 years ago, He always remained in transcendental bliss even from the beginning of His childhood pastimes. The killing of various of demons, such as Agha, Baka, Putana, Pralamba, were also pleasure excursions for Him. When He was within His village, He was enjoying with His mother, sisters, and friends as the naughty butter thief, and every one of His associates was enjoying celestial bliss by his stealing. The Lord is known as the butter thief, but the term is never used in a derogatory sense. The term butter thief, in the case of the Lord, is used with the understanding of the pleasure of His pure devotees. Everything that was done by the Lord at Vrindavan was for the pleasure of His associates there. Such manifestations were created by Him to attract the dry speculators in the transcendental line, as well as the acrobats of the so-called Hatha Yoga system, acrobats, trying to find the absolute truth. Of the childhood play of the Lord with His playmates, the coward boys, Shukadeva Goswami in the Srimad Bhagavatam said, quote, "The personality of Godhead, who is perceived as the impersonal Brahman of bliss, who is worshipped as the Supreme Lord by the devotees, and who is considered an ordinary human being by the mundane, played with the coward boys who had achieved the position after a huge accumulation of pious deeds." Pious deeds, right? Unquote. Thus, the Lord is ever engaged in transcendental loving activities along with His spiritual associates in the various relationships of Shanta, calmness, Dasya, servitorship, Sakhya, friendship, Vatsalya, parental affection, and Madhurya, conjugal love. It is said that the Lord never goes out of the Vrindavan Dham, and so it may be asked how He manages the affairs of His different creations. This is answered in the Gita. He pervades all the material creation by His plenary part, known as the Purusha incarnation. The Lord has nothing to do with material creation, maintenance, and destruction, but He causes it to be done by His plenary expansion, this Paramatman or Supersoul feature. Every living entity is known as Atma, soul. The principal Atma who controls them all is Paramatman, Supersoul. Supersoul. The whole system of God realization is a great science. The materialists can only analyze and meditate on the 24 factors of the material creation. They have very little information about the Purusha, the Lord. The impersonal transcendentalists are simply bewildered by the glaring effulgence of the Brahma-jyoti. If one wants to see the absolute truth in full, one has to penetrate beyond the 24 material elements and the glaring effulgence as well. Sri Ishopanishad hints at this direction, praying for removal of the Hiranmaya Patra, the dazzling covering. Unless this covering is removed, and unless one can perceive the Supreme Personality of Godhead as He is, factual realization of the absolute truth can never be achieved. The Paramatma feature of the Personality of Godhead is one of the 3 plenary expansions, collectively called Vishnu Tattva. The Vishnu Tattva within the universe, one of the 3 principal deities, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, is known as the Kshirodakashaya Vishnu. So Kshirodakashaya Vishnu is one of the 3 principal deities, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, right? He is the all-pervading Paramatma in each and every individual living entity. So, in your heart there is Kshirodakashaya Vishnu, Paramatma, and in my heart there is Paramatma. In everyone's heart there is the Paramatma also. And the Garbhotakashaya Vishnu is the collective Supersoul of all living entities. Collective. Beyond these 2, there is the Karanadakashaya Vishnu lying in the causal ocean. He is the creator of all the universes. The yoga system teaches the serious student to meet such Vishnu Tattvas after overcoming the 24 material elements of cosmic creation. The culture of empiric philosophy helps one to realize the impersonal Brahma-jyoti, which is the glaring effulgence of the transcendental body of Lord Krishna. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita as well as in the Brahma Samhita 5.40. Quote, "In the millions and millions of universes, there are innumerable planets, each and every one of them different from the others by cosmic constitution, and all of them situated in a corner of the Brahma-jyoti. This Brahma-jyoti is the personal ray of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whom I do worship." Oh, I touched the mic. Okay, hope there's no sound. This mantra of the Brahma Samhita is the position of factual realization of the absolute truth. And the Shruti mantra of Sri Ishopanishad under discussion is a confirmation of this mantra as a process of realization. It is a simple prayer to the Lord to remove the Brahma-jyoti, so that one can see the real face of God. Haribo! It's always described actually in Srimad Bhagavatam and in Brihad Bhagavatamrita, like it's always described how the dazzling effulgence of the Lord is like so many millions of times more bright than the sun. So you really need to pray to the Lord to remove it, to be able to see Him actually. Perfect knowledge means to know the root of Brahman. The root of Brahman is Lord Shri Krishna, and in scriptures such as the Srimad Bhagavatam, the science of Krishna is perfectly elaborated. In the Bhagavatam, the author, Srila Vyasadeva, has established by realization that the supreme truth is described either as Brahman, Paramatma, or Bhagavan. But he has never said that the supreme truth is anywhere described as Jiva, the ordinary living entity. Therefore, the living entity is not the all-powerful supreme truth. Otherwise, there would be no need of prayer by the entity for the Lord to remove the dazzling cover in order to see His real face. The conclusion is, therefore, that in the absence of potent manifestations of the supreme truth, the impersonal Brahman is realized. Similarly, when there is realization of the material potencies of the Lord, with little or no information of the spiritual potencies, it is called Paramatma realization. Look at that. Wait. Yes. You see, Paramatma realization. Many times it's considered that having some mystic cities, like doing yoga and having moving some subtle energies is spiritual. I'll just really say something about this because I remember some time ago, a few months ago, I came across this Facebook ad. It just popped into my, just in front of me, and it was said something like spiritual activator, and basically this coach was speaking about activating your spiritual senses, and you will be able to heal yourself, you'll be able to know things in the distance, something. And technically, if you talk about the roots of it, if you talk about the Vedic perspective, then this is done by the yogis who are in connection with Paramatma feature of the Lord, and this is material. It's not spiritual. Spiritual is I forgot the verse, but Sarvapadhi vinirmuktam tat paratvena nirmalam. Spiritual senses is when you connect them to the Supreme Lord in loving service, and then you know who you are. Your spiritual identity, this is completely different. Spiritual senses, spiritual activators. And I feel so when, somewhere in the West, in America, it becomes very, very, very popular. Spiritual mentor, spiritual this. What do you know about spiritual? You're just dealing with subtle material energy. Spiritual means, first of all, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and His Bhagavan feature and His internal potency. This is, what is spirit, what is matter. People don't really go into what it is. So this is the confirmation of that. Let's read this again. Similarly, when there is realization of the material potencies of the Lord, with little or no information of the spiritual potency, it is called Paramatma realization. So next time somebody is speaking about some spiritual this, that, you ask how much is it actually connected with the Supreme Lord, because when there is Supreme Lord, it's like the sun illuminated illuminating everything, and then you can see it as everything as it is. And if the Supreme Lord is not there, then it's darkness. It's actually, you're dealing with material energy, and it has nothing to do with, technically, you're just dealing with subtle material potency. That's all. Haribol, this was sitting inside of me for a very long time. Okay. No, if you're practicing spiritual life for many years, and if you know what is spirit and matter defined by the authoritative scriptures, then you see these commercials and then you're like, nice, people making money, all the best. Haribol. Okay, so continuing. Therefore, both Paramatma and Brahman realization of the absolute truth are partial realizations. But when one realizes the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, in full potency, after the removal of the Hiranmaya Patra, as is prayed for in this mantra, then he realizes that Vasudeva Sarvam Iti, Lord Sri Krishna, known as Vasudeva, is everything, Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. He is Bhagavan, the root, and Brahman and Paramatma are his branches. In the Bhagavad Gita, there is a comparative analysis of the three grades of transcendentalists, known as the Jnanis, the worshippers of the impersonal Brahman, the Yogis, or worshippers of the Paramatman feature, and Bhaktas, or devotees of Lord Sri Krishna. It is stated in the Gita that amongst all types of transcendentalists, one who is a Jnani, who has cultured the Vedic knowledge, is supreme. Yet, the Yogis are still more than the Jnanis. The Yogis are far superior to fruitive workers as well. And amongst all kinds of Yogis, the one who constantly serves the Lord with all his energy is the topmost. Haribol! The summary is that a philosopher is better than a laboring man, and the mystic is far superior to a philosopher. And of all the mystic yogis, one who is following Bhakti Yoga, who is constantly engaged in the service of the Lord, is the highest. Sri Ishopanishad directs us toward this perfection of life. Haribol! Jai, so we have concluded today's mantra and we'll continue tomorrow with the next mantra. Thank you so much for tuning in today, and the link to this book is in the description. Yes, and we shall see you next time, and yes, please explore with the more and more books of Srila Prabhupada. You will get to know what is actually spiritual energy of the Lord and internal energy, and how much it is actually much more powerful than what the so-called present spiritualists define spirituality as. So, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we're back with Sri Ishopanishad by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, page number 90. Pusha Nikarshaya Masurya Prajapatya Vyuha Rashmin Samuha Teja Yate Rupam Kalyanatamam Tate Pashyami Yo Savasau Purushaha Sohamasmi. Pushan, the maintainer, Ekarshe, the primeval philosopher, Yama, the regulating principle, Surya, the destination of the Suris, great devotees, Prajapatya, the well-wisher of the Prajapatis, progenitors of mankind, Vyuha, kindly arrange, Rashmin, the rays, Samuha, wind up, or wind up, Teja, effulgence, Tat, that, Te, your, Rupam, form. Kalyanatamam, auspicious. Tat, that. Te, yours. Pashyami, I may see. Yah, one who is. Asau, the sun. Asau, that. Purusha, personality of Godhead. Saha, he. Amam, myself. Asmi, I am. Translation. O my Lord, O primeval philosopher, maintainer of the universe, O regulating principle, destination of the pure devotees, well-wisher of the progenitors of mankind, please remove the effulgence of your transcendental rays so that I can see your form of bliss. You are the eternal, supreme personality of Godhead. Like unto the sun, so am I. Purports. The sun and the sun's rays are one and the same qualitatively. Similarly, the Lord and the living entities are one and the same in quality. The sun is one, but the molecules of the sun's rays are innumerable. The sun's rays constitute part of the sun. The sun and the rays conjointly are the complete sun. Within the sun planet there is the sun god, and similarly within the supreme spiritual planet Goloka Vrindavan, from which the effulgent Brahma-jyoti is emanating, there is the eternal Lord, as is stated in the Brahma Samhita. Quote, the transcendental abode of Lord Krishna is the land of touchstones, of which the houses are built, shaded by desire trees. The Lord is engaged there in herding the Surabhi cows, and is always served and surrounded by thousands of goddesses of fortune, who wait upon him with all respect. Unquote. The description of this transcendental abode of Lord Krishna is in the Brahma Samhita, and the Brahma-jyoti is described there as the supreme rays from that planet, just as the sun's rays come from the sun globe. Unless one surpasses the Brahma-jyoti glare, one cannot have any information of the land of the Lord. Excuse me. The impersonalist philosopher, being blinded by the dazzling effulgence of Brahma-jyoti, cannot realize the factual abode of the Lord, nor his transcendental form. Affected by such a poor fund of knowledge, the thinkers cannot understand the all-blissful, transcendental form of Lord Krishna. Shri Ishopanishad therefore offers this prayer for the Lord to remove the effulgent rays of the Brahma-jyoti, so that the pure devotee can see his all-blissful transcendental form. By realization of the impersonal Brahma-jyoti, one experiences the auspicious aspect of the Supreme. By experience of the Paramatma, or all-pervading feature of the Supreme, one experiences a still more auspicious enlightenment. And by meeting the personality of Godhead face to face, the devotee experiences the most auspicious feature of the Supreme. Being addressed as the philosopher, maintainer, the well-wisher, and so forth, the supreme truth cannot be considered impersonal. That is the indication of Shri Ishopanishad. The word maintainer is especially significant. The Lord maintains his devotees, specifically, although he is the maintainer of one and all beings, by surpassing the impersonal Brahma-jyoti. When the devotee sees the personal aspect of the Lord and his most auspicious eternal form, then the devotee realizes the absolute truth in full. Srila Jiva Goswami says in his Bhagavata Sandarbha as follows. I was just thinking about Srila Jiva Goswami because I heard one time in the class, Bhaktivedanta Maharaj was saying that there are 3 categories of doubts in spiritual life. One is solved, like one type of doubts are destroyed by personal experience in spiritual life. Second type of doubts are destroyed by scriptures, like you read scriptures and then your doubts are cleared. And the last category of doubts are destroyed only when you see the Lord face to face. Yeah, so Srila Jiva Goswami says in his Bhagavata Sandarbha, quote, "The complete conception of the absolute truth is realized in the personality of Godhead, because He is Almighty, with full potency in transcendence. In the Brahma Jyoti, the full potency of the absolute truth is not realized, and therefore Brahman realization is only partial realization of the personality of Godhead. O learned sages, the first letter of the word Bhagavan is twice significant. First, in the sense of one who fully maintains, and the second in the sense of guardian. Haribol, the guardian. The second letter Ga means guide, leader, or creator. The letter Va or Ba means that every being lives in him, and he also lives in every being. In other words, the transcendental sound Bhagavan represents the infinite knowledge, potency, energy, opulence, strength, and influence, all without any tinge of material inebrieties." Unquote. Haribo! Haribo, I love Jiva Goswami. Srila Jiva Goswami ki jai. I love Srila Prabhupada. Okay, the Lord fully maintains His unalloyed devotees, and He guides such devotees progressively on the path of devotional perfection. As leader of His devotees, He ultimately awards the desired result of devotional service by giving Himself to His devotees. The devotees of the Lord see the Lord eye to eye by His causeless mercy, and thus the Lord helps His devotees to reach the supermost spiritual planet, Goloka Vrindavan. As Creator, He can create all the necessary qualifications in His devotee, so that the devotee can ultimately reach Him. Oh, that's so sweet. The Lord is the cause of all causes, and there is no cause of Him, for He is the original cause. As such, He enjoys His own self by manifesting His own internal potency. The external potency is manifested not exactly by Himself, for He expands Himself as the Purushas, and it is in these forms that He maintains the features of the material manifestation. By such expansions does He create, maintain, and annihilate the cosmic manifestation. The living entities are also differentiated expansions of His self, and because some of the living entities desire to be the Lord, imitating the Supreme Lord, He allows them to enter into the cosmic creation with the option of fully utilizing their propensity for lording it over. On account of the presence of His parts and parcels, the living entities, the whole phenomenal world is stirred into action and reaction. The living entities are given full capacity to lord it over material nature. But the ultimate controller is the Lord Himself in His plenary feature of Paramatma, the Supersoul, which is one of the Purushas. Therefore, there is a gulf of difference between the living entity known as Atman and the controlling Lord known as Paramatman, the Soul and the Supersoul. Paramatman is the controller, and Atma is controlled, therefore they cannot be on the same level. The Paramatma fully cooperates with the Atma, and thus he is known as the constant companion of the living being. This all-pervading feature of the Lord, which exists in all circumstances of walking and sleeping, and also in potential states, and from which the Jiva Shakti, living force, is generated, as both the conditioned and the liberated souls, is known as Brahman. Thus, the Lord is the origin of both Paramatma and Brahman, and therefore he is the origin of all living entities and all else that exists. One who knows this engages himself at once in the devotional service of the Lord. Such a pure and fully cognizant devotee of the Lord is fully attached to him in heart and soul, and whenever such a devotee assembles with similar devotees, they have no other engagement but to glorify the Lord in terms of his transcendental activities. Those who are not as perfect as the pure devotees, those who have realized only the Brahman feature or the Paramatma feature of the Lord, cannot appreciate the activities of such perfect devotees. But the Lord always helps such pure devotees by supplying necessary knowledge within their hearts, and by his special favor, he dissipates all the darkness of ignorance. This the yogis and philosophers cannot imagine, because they more or less depend on their own strength. Oh, goodness me. Yes, thank you. I needed to hear that on the 31st of December 2020. As is stated in the Upanishad, the Lord can be known only to those whom he favors and not to anyone else. And such special favors are bestowed upon his pure devotees only. Sri Ishopanishad here indicates such favor of the Lord beyond the purview of the Brahma Jyoti. Haribol! Jai! Okay, thank you so much for tuning in today. We shall conclude today here, and tomorrow we will start with mantra 17. Is the last mantra? No, there is. Yes. 17th is the last mantra. No, 18. Okay, 18 mantras, of course. So, day after tomorrow, we're concluding Sri Ishopanishad. So please, the link to this book is in the description. Dive into Sri Ishopanishad, and we shall see you next time. Hare Krishna. Happy New Year, by the way. Yes, of course. Today is 31st December, and we wish all of our dear listeners to be happy in Krishna consciousness in the upcoming year. Krishna consciousness, God consciousness. Please dive into Shravanam and Kirtanam and Bhakti Yoga, and you shall see how much mercy and blessings the Lord can bestow when we stop depending only on our own strength and do it under the guidance of His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupāda. And if you came across this podcast, I'm very, very excited and happy for you, and I hope you will find connection with your own self and your spiritual identity, and thus be happy and fortunate. Hare Krishna. So Happy New Year, and we shall see you in the next year. Haribol. Hare Krishna, and we're back with Sri Ishopanishad by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupāda Ki Jai. Page number 95, mantra 17. Vayuranilam amritam athedam bhasmantam shariram Om krato smara kritam smara krato smara kritam smara. Vayur, air of life. Anilam, total reservoir of air. Amritam, indestructible. Atha now, idam this, bhasmantam, after being turned into ashes, shariram, body, om, O Lord, krato, the enjoyer of all sacrifices, smara, please remember, kritam, all that have been done by me, smara, please remember, krato, the supreme beneficiary, smara, please remember, kritam, all that I've done for you, smara, please remember. Translation. Let this temporary body be burnt into ashes, and let the air of life be merged with the totality of air. Now, O my Lord, please remember all my sacrifices, and because you are the ultimate beneficiary, please remember all that I've done for you. Purport. This temporary material body is certainly a foreign dress. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is clearly said that after the destruction of the material body, the living entity is not annihilated, nor does he lose his identity. The identity of the living entity is never, therefore, impersonal or without form, but on the contrary, it is the material dress which is formless, and which takes the shape according to the form of the indestructible person, ha. Yes. No living entity is originally formless, as is wrongly supposed by persons with a poor fund of knowledge. Here also, in Mantra 17 of Shri Ishopanishad, the principle is supported that the living entity exists after the annihilation of the material body. Yeah, if only we would actually realize that we are indestructible, right? Because it says that fear arises due to material, like thinking that we are temporary, that we are material bodies. But just for a moment, just imagine you are an indestructible person. Haribol. In the material world, there is wonderful workmanship by material nature in the matter of creating different varieties of bodies for the living beings in terms of their propensities for sense gratification. The one who wanted to taste stool is given a material body which is quite suitable for eating stool, that of a hog. Similarly, the tiger has such a body that it can live by enjoying the blood of other animals and by eating their flesh. The human being is not meant for eating stool or flesh, because the shape of the teeth is different. Nor does he have any desire to eat stool, even in the most aboriginal state of life. Human teeth are so made that they can chew and cut fruit and vegetable, with 2 canine teeth so that one can eat flesh also. The material bodies of all animals and man are foreign to the living entity and change according to the desire of the being for sense gratification. In the cycle of evolution, one changes bodies one after another, from aquatic life, when the world was full of water, to vegetable life, from vegetable to worm life, from worm life to bird life, from bird life to animal life, and from animal life to the human form. The highest development of life is this human form, when it is possessed of a full sense of spiritual knowledge. And the highest development of spiritual sense is described in this mantra of the Veda. One should give up this material body to be turned into ashes and allow the living air to merge into the eternal reservoir of air. The living being's activities are performed within the body by movements of different kinds of air, and this is called in the sum the prana vayu. The yogis generally study to control the airs of the body, and the soul is supposed to rise up from the circle of air to another, till it rises onto the Brahma Randra, or highest circle of air. Then the perfect yogi can transfer himself to any planet he likes. The process is to give up one material body and then enter into another body. And the highest perfection of such a bodily change is possible when the living entity is able to give up this material body altogether, as is suggested in this mantra. He may then enter into the spiritual atmosphere, where he develops a completely different quality of body, a spiritual body, which never has to meet death or change. Haribo! This is exactly what we were talking about yesterday, was it? Yesterday, or day before yesterday, about the spirituality. Because really understanding that you are indestructible spiritually, and at the end of the lifetime actually spiritualizing and having a different quality of body, a spiritual body altogether, this is actually spiritual life. Here in the material world, one has to change his body forced by material nature on account of his different desires for sense gratification. These desires are represented in the various species of life, from the germs to the most perfect material bodies, those of Brahma and the demigods. All of these have bodies of matter in different shapes, and the intelligent person sees oneness not in the variety of bodies, but in the spiritual identity. The spiritual spark, which is the part and parcel of the Supreme Lord, is the same either in the body of a hog or in the body of a demigod. There are different bodies according to the pious and vicious activities of the living entity. The human body is highly developed with full consciousness of the constitution of the body. And the most perfect man, according to the Vedic scriptures, surrenders unto the Lord after many, many births of cultivating knowledge. The culture of knowledge reaches perfection only when the knower comes to the point of surrendering unto the Supreme Lord, called Vasudeva. But even after attaining knowledge in the matter of one's spiritual identity, unless he comes to the point of knowing that the living entities are eternal parts and parcels of the whole, and that they can never become the whole, one has to fall down again into the material atmosphere even after becoming one with the Brahma Jyoti. Haribo! This is so important. The Brahma Jyoti emanating from the transcendental body of the Lord is full of spiritual sparks. The spiritual sparks, being individual identities with the full sense of existence, sometimes desire to become the enjoyers of the senses, and thus they are given places in the material world to become false lords under the dictation of the senses. This sense of overlordship is the material disease of the living being, and under the spell of such sense enjoyment, he transmigrates through the different shapes of body manifested in the material world. The sense of becoming one with the Brahma Jyoti is not, therefore, mature knowledge. The sense of surrendering unto the Lord completely and developing the sense of spiritual service is the highest perfectional stage. In this mantra, the living entity prays to enter into the spiritual kingdom of God after relinquishing the material body and the material air. The devotee prays to the Lord to remember his activities and the sacrifices he has performed, now before his material body is turned into ashes. This prayer is made at the time of death, with full consciousness of his past deeds and of the ultimate goal. One who is completely under the rules of material law remembers the heinous activities performed during the existence of his material body, and therefore he gets another material body after death. The Bhagavad Gita confirms this truth. It states that at the time of death, the mind carries with it the propensities of the dying animal, and the next life is obtained in terms of that mental state. Unlike the simple animals who have no developed mind, the human being can remember the activities of his passing life, like dreams at night, and therefore his mind remains surcharged with material desires, and he cannot enter into the spiritual kingdom with a spiritual body. The devotees, however, by practice of devotional service to the Lord, develop a sense of love for Godhead. And even if at the time of death a devotee does not remember his godly service, the Lord does not forget him. This prayer is to remind the Lord about the devotee's sacrifices. But even if there is no reminder, the Lord does not forget the devotional service of the pure devotee. The Lord clearly describes his intimate relationship with his devotees in the Gita. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur explains the Gita's verses in this connection. Quote, "One should accept a devotee who is on the right path of the saints, even though such a devotee may seem of loose character. One should try to understand the real import of the words loose character. A conditioned soul has to act in double functions, namely, one for the maintenance of the body and again for self-realization. Social status, mental development, cleanliness, austerity, nourishment, and the struggle for existence are all for the maintenance of the body. And the self-realization part of his activities is executed in his occupation as a devotee of the Lord, and he performs action in that connection also. These two different functions go along parallel lines because a conditioned soul cannot give up the maintenance of the body. The proportion of activities for maintenance of the body decreases, however, in proportion to the increase in devotional service. And as long as the proportion of devotional service does not come to the right point, there is a chance for an occasional exhibition of worldliness. But it should be noted that such worldliness cannot continue for any length of time because, by the grace of the Lord, such imperfections will come to an end very shortly. Therefore, the path of devotional service is the only right path. Being on the right path, even an occasional occurrence of worldliness does not hamper one in the advancement of self-realization. Haribol. And in the Gita itself, Krishna says, quote, "One who is engaged in devotional service despite the most abominable action is to be considered saintly, because he is rightly situated. Very shortly does he become righteous and attain to lasting peace. O son of Kunti, it is my promise that my devotee will never perish. O son of Pritha, anyone who will take shelter in me, whether a woman or a merchant, or born in a low family, can yet approach the supreme destination. How much greater, then, are the Brahmanas, the righteous, the devotees, and saintly kings? In this miserable world, these are fixed in devotional service to the Lord. Engage in my service and surrender unto me. Completely absorbed in me, surely you will come to me. Bhagavad Gita, 9th chapter, 30-34. Such facilities of devotional service are denied the impersonalists because they are attached to the Brahmajyoti feature of the Lord. They can neither penetrate the Brahmajyoti, as is suggested in the previous mantra, nor do they believe in the personality of Godhead. Their business is mostly concerned with semantics, the jugglery of words, of mental creation. As such, the impersonalists pursue fruitless labor, as is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita in the 12th chapter. All the facilities suggested in this mantra of Sri Ishopanishad can easily be obtained by constant contact with the personal feature of the Absolute Truth. Devotional service to the Lord consists essentially of 9 transcendental activities on the part of the devotee. First, hearing about the Lord. Second, glorifying the Lord. Third, remembering the Lord. Fourth, serving the lotus feet of the Lord. Fifth, worshipping the Lord. Sixth, offering prayers to the Lord. Seventh, serving the Lord. Eighth, friendly association with the Lord. And ninth, surrendering everything unto the Lord. These 9 principles of devotional service, either in sum total or one by one, can help the devotee to be constantly in touch with God. And therefore, at the end of life, it is easy for the devotee to remember the Lord. By adopting only one of these 9 principles, it was possible for the following renowned devotees of the Lord to achieve the highest perfection. 1 second. Okay. So number 1, by hearing only Maharaj Parikshit, the hero of Srimad Bhagavatam, achieved the desired result. Number 2, just by glorifying the Lord, Shukadeva Goswami, the speaker of Srimad Bhagavatam, achieved his perfection. 3, by praying, Akrura achieved the desired result. 4, by remembering Prahlad Maharaj achieved the desired result. 5, by worshipping Prithu Maharaj achieved perfection. 6, by serving the lotus feet of the Lord, the goddess of fortune Lakshmi achieved perfection. 7, by personal service to the Lord, Hanuman achieved the desired result. 8, by friendship, Arjuna achieved the result. 9, by surrendering everything that he had, Maharaj Bali achieved the desired result. So these 9 examples correspond with the 9 processes of devotional service. Okay, so actually the explanation of this mantra and of practically all the mantras of the Vedic hymns is summarized in the Vedanta Sutras. And then again, they are properly explained in the Srimad Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam is the mature fruit of the Vedic tree of wisdom. And we're going to read it in the podcast a little later, after we complete all the small and big books. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, this particular mantra is explained in the questions and answers of Maharaja Parikshit, and Goswami Shukadeva at the very beginning of their meeting. As hearing and chanting of the signs of God is the basic principle of devotional life, so the complete Bhagavatam is heard by Maharaja Parikshit and chanted by Shukadeva Goswami. Maharaja Parikshit inquired from Shukadeva Goswami because Shukadeva was a greater spiritual master than any great yogi or transcendentalist of his time. Maharaja Parikshit's question was, what is the duty of every man, specifically at the time of death? The answer by Goswami Shukadeva was that everyone who is desirous of being free from all anxieties should always hear and glorify the personality of Godhead, who is the supreme director of everything, the extinguisher of all difficulties, and the supersoul of all living entities. So-called human society is generally engaged at night in the matter of sleeping or sex indulgence, and during the daytime men are engaged in earning money as much as possible, or else in shopping for the family maintenance. People have very little time to talk about the personality of Godhead or to make any inquiries about Him. They have dismissed the case of God's existence in so many ways, especially by declaring Him to be impersonal, that is, without any sense of perception. But in the Vedic literature, whether the Upanishads or the Vedanta Sutras, or the Bhagavad Gita or the Srimad Bhagavatam, in every scripture it is declared that the Lord is the sentient being, supreme over all other living entities, and His glorious activities are identical with Himself. One should therefore not indulge in hearing and speaking of the rubbish activities of worldly politicians and the so-called big men of society, but should so mold his life that not a second is wasted without engagement in godly activities. Sri Ishopanishad directs us towards such activities. Unless one is accustomed to this devotional service, what will he remember at the time of death when the body is dislocated? And how can he pray to the Almighty Lord to remember his sacrifices? Sacrifice means sacrificing the interest of the senses. One has to learn this art by employing the senses in the service of the Lord during one's lifetime, so that one can utilize the result at the time of death. Haribol! Yes, so tomorrow we shall complete the book with mantra 18 of Sri Ishopanishad. Jai. To me, this verse really came on time to remind me about, for me, 2020, I'm alongside with many different things that were going on collectively in the society. For me, it was a big challenge, and we've received a lot of realizations about time. And today is the 1st January, Happy New Year. So we are reading exactly about the same topic, that instead of talking about some rubbish, something temporary, or discussing somebody else, may it be whoever it is, if you just discuss the Lord's activities, which are nectarian, which are so sweet, and which are incredible, awe-inspiring, and you can just talk and talk and talk about them eternally, which will give you immense benefit, the listener who is listening to you immense benefit, and like it's just so many beautiful things and wonderful eternal things come out of discussing the Supreme Lord instead of discussing anything and everything else. So yes, this is a perfect meditation, and this podcast actually was created with this idea in mind, that we will read and glorify the Supreme Lord and His devotees every day, and we shall give anybody who is interested an opportunity to stumble upon it on the internet. So yes, I'm really wishing you all to value your time and invest your time in something as undestructible. Remember, you are an undestructible person, and really turn your face towards the Supreme Lord, who is the most wonderful person, and whose part and parcel you are. So okay, thank you so much for tuning in today. We shall see you tomorrow, and the link to this book is in the description. So please read along and share it with your friends, and I'm sure you would want to reread it many times. So Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, and we're concluding Sri Ishopanishad by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupāda. Page number 104, mantra 18. Agne naya suphataraya asman vishvani deva vayunani vidvan yuyo dasmaj juhuranam eno bhuyishtam te nama uktim vidhema. Agne, O my Lord, powerful like the fire. Naya, kindly lead me. Supatha, in the right path. Raye, O the omnipotent. Asman, all of us. Vishvani, everything including. Deva, O my Lord. Vayunani, all actions. Vedvan, the knower. Yuyodhi, get me freed from. Asmat, ourselves. Juhuranam, all hindrances on the path. Enas, all vices. Bhuyishtam, being fallen on the ground. Te, unto you. Nama, of obeisances. Uktim, words. Vidhema, do I act. Translation. O my Lord, powerful as the fire, omnipotent one, now I do offer you all obeisances, falling at your feet on the ground. O my Lord, please lead me on the right path to reach you. And as you know all of what I have done in the past, please make me free from the reactions to my past sins, so that there will be no hindrance to my progress. Haribol. Purport. This surrendering process and praying for the causeless mercy of the Lord leads the devotee progressively on the path of complete self-realization. The Lord is addressed as the fire, because He can burn anything into ashes, including the sins of the surrendered soul. As described in the previous mantras, the real or ultimate aspect of the Absolute is His feature as the personality of Godhead. His impersonal feature of the Brahma Jyoti is a dazzling covering over the face of the Lord. Fruitive activities, or the karma kanda path of self-realization, is the lowest stage in this endeavor. As soon as activities become even slightly deviated from the regulative principles of the Vedas, such activities are transformed into vikarma, or acts against the interest of the actor. Such vikarma is enacted by the illusioned living entities, simply for sense gratification, and thus such activities become hindrances on the path of self-realization. Self-realization is possible for the human form of life, but not for other forms. There are 8,400,000 species or forms of life, of which the human form, with the qualifications of Brahminical culture, presents the only chance to obtain knowledge of the transcendence. Brahminical culture means truthfulness, controlling the senses, forbearance, simplicity, full knowledge, full faith in God, and not to become simply proud of one's high parentage. To be the son of a Brahmana is a chance to become a Brahmana, just as being the son of a big man is a chance to become a big man. But such a birthright is not everything, because still one has to attain the Brahminical qualifications for himself. So, as soon as one becomes proud of his birth as the son of a Brahmana and neglects to acquire the qualifications of a real Brahmana, he at once becomes degraded and drawn from the path of self-realization, and his life mission as a human being is defeated. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is assured by the Lord that the yoga bhrashtas, or souls fallen from the path of self-realization, are given a chance for rectification by taking birth either in the families of good brahmanas or in the families of rich merchants. These are the higher chances for self-realizations: to become a rich man's son or to become the son of a good brahmana. And if these chances are misused by the illusioned human being, the result is that such a man loses the good chance of human life offered by the Almighty Lord. The regulative principles are such that one who follows them is promoted from the plane of fruitive activities to the plane of transcendental knowledge, and from transcendental knowledge he becomes perfect after many births when he surrenders unto the Lord. This is the general procedure. But one who surrenders at the very beginning, as is mentioned in this mantra, at once surpasses all the stages of progression by simple adoption of the devotional attitude. Haribol! As is stated in the Gita, the Lord at once takes charge of such a surrendered soul and makes him free from all the reactions of his sinful acts. In the Karma Kanda activities, there are many sinful actions, and in Jnana Kanda, the path of philosophical development, the number of such actions is less. But in devotional service to the Lord, the path of bhakti, there's practically no chance of sinful reactions. There is practically no chance of sinful reactions. Haribo! This is just... I so wish that we all could take it a little, like, with more gravity and really understand how incredibly awesome this is. One who is a devotee of the Lord attains all the good qualifications of the Lord himself, not to mention becoming a Brahmana. A devotee automatically attains the qualifications of an expert Brahmana, authorized to perform sacrifices, even though such a devotee may not have taken his birth in the family of a Brahmana. Such is the omnipotence of the Lord, that he can make a man born in the family of a Brahmana as degraded as a low-born dog-eater, and he can also make a low-born dog-eater more than a qualified Brahmana simply on the strength of devotional service. The omnipotent Lord, being situated within the heart of everyone, can give directions to his sincere devotee as to the right path. Such directions are specially offered to the devotee, even if he desires something else. Oh. For others, God gives sanction to the doer only at the risk of the doer. But in the case of a devotee, the Lord directs him in such a way that he never acts wrongly. Haribol, this is so sweet, isn't it? No, this is so wonderful, isn't it? This is how you define a devotee. Haribol. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, it is said that the Lord is so kind upon his devotee that even though he sometimes falls into the entanglement of vikarma, acts against the direction of the Vedas, the Lord at once rectifies the mistakes of the devotee from within the heart, because such devotees are very dear to the Lord. Haribol! Here in this mantra, the devotee prays to the Lord to rectify him from within his heart. To err is human. A conditioned soul is very often apt to commit mistakes, and the only remedial measure for such unknown sins is to give oneself up to the lotus feet of the Lord, so that he may guide the devotee. The Lord takes this charge for the fully surrendered souls, and thus all problems are solved simply by surrendering oneself unto the Lord and acting in terms of the Lord's directions. Such directions are given to the sincere devotees in two ways. One is by means of the saints, scriptures, and spiritual master, and the other is by the Lord himself, residing within the heart of everyone. Thus, the devotee is protected in all respects. Haribol, this is so beautiful. Oh, I want to write this paragraph down somewhere and really memorize it. This is just incredible. See, the Lord is seeing our hearts, and if we're really sincere, then He helps us in all respects. Isn't this great? I don't know. When I was like 16, 17, I remember, I was thinking that, like, how can you not follow the path of Bhakti Yoga and, like Krishna consciousness? And because Prabhupāda's books, he literally explains everything, like any question you can have, any possible question is answered by Srila Prabhupada in his books, and it's just... Okay, the Vedic knowledge is transcendental, and it cannot be understood simply by mundane educational procedures. One can understand the Vedic mantras only by the grace of the Lord and the spiritual master. If one takes shelter of a bona fide spiritual master, it is to be understood that he has obtained the grace of the Lord. The Lord appears as the spiritual master for the devotee, and so the spiritual master, the Vedic injunctions, and the Lord himself from within all guide the devotee in full strength, and there is no chance of such a devotee falling again into the mire of material illusion. Jai, see, like, this is really, like, many times, I'll say this because it's relevant for me. Many times you see people coming and going from the spiritual path, and you have to understand that in order to have all of this help, the saints, the Vedic scriptures, the spiritual master, the Lord from within, it's really like Srila Prabhupada, he again and again, he says, sincere, fully surrendered, right? Sincere, fully surrendered. So, and praying for the grace and surrendering. And And then you can really see that, when you really try to be sincere, when you really fully surrender, there is always help. There is always help. Okay, the devotee thus protected all around is sure to reach the ultimate destination of perfection. The whole process is hinted at in this mantra of Sri Ishopanishad, and the Srimad Bhagavatam still further explains this. Hearing and chanting of the glories of the Lord are themselves acts of piety. The Lord wants everyone to do this because He is the well-wisher of all living entities. And by practicing this hearing and chanting of the glories of the Lord, one becomes cleansed of all undesirable things within himself. His devotion becomes fixed upon the Lord. At this stage, the devotee acquires the Brahminical qualifications, and the resultant reactions of lower qualities become completely vanished. He becomes fully enlightened by such devotional service, and thus knows the path of the Lord and how to attain Him. All doubts become diminished, and he becomes a pure devotee. Wow, oh my God, this is such a grand finale. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta Purports to Sri Ishopanishad, the knowledge that brings one nearer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. Haribol, wow, page number 108. 108 brilliant pages. Wow, this book was phenomenal, really. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating in this reading, and I'm so happy that I started this podcast, really, because reading with all of you and reading in this format really helps to dive into the reading more and remember more, and it's incredible. Thank you all so much. And I just wanted to make one simple point, even though it's not a summarization of the entire Sri Ishopanishad, because I'm sure every single mantra had some specific meaning and some specific message, but just this one point that is given in this last paragraph, that by practicing this hearing and chanting of the Lord, one becomes cleansed of all undesirable things within himself. I'll just mention this, that 2020 and 2021 were the years where everyone went into self-improvement, basically. And last few years it's very, very common that people are trying to improve their life, that people are trying to change their life. They're looking for other people, coaches and whatnot, to motivate them, right? To motivate them and to really, stop doing all of the bad habits that they've been cultivating for many years, and really, live and be happy, and be satisfied and achieve success. But really, what I find is that, and I'm speaking it because I used to be very fascinated by different, like psychology coaches and that, because I was also trying to achieve my own goals and, develop good relationships with people and, and really, ultimately, at the end of the day, I always remember, when I think about these things, I always remember this, disappointment, utter disappointment when the situations come up and you screw up. You really mess up. You mess up and then you feel, wow, I actually knew what exactly I should and should not do, but I still messed up. And this is really incredible. I find it's almost like, standing in front of the mirror, taking a glass of poison, saying cheers to the reflection, then drinking it, and again and again. It's like a completely, you're not in control. You feel like you're not in control. And then you listen to all these, psychology, and to some degree, it's good that they lift you up, they lift you out of the hopeless condition. but there is a limit to which they can actually help you. Ultimately you realize that, wow, I'm not in control, because there is karma, because there is destiny, because you're not God, right? So really, ultimately, I found for myself that spiritual practice and surrendering to the Lord and trying to become a pure devotee, trying to really listen and hear and chant the glories of the Lord, this really changes you. This improves your life. This really, something gives you blessings and gifts which are beyond your expectations and beyond your dreams. So, yes. So, I really, really wanted to share this experience and just think about it. Okay. Hare Krishna, and see you in the next episode. We're starting next book tomorrow, and you will find out what book is it tomorrow. Haribol.